aside from that, there would be no Trump 2. Yeah. Except for Joe Biden. Joe Biden was a historically bad president. He's going to go down in history as one of the worst presidents in the history of the United States. In the modern history of the United States, it's a running gun battle between him and Jimmy Carter. So we can easily say that he's now the worst living president of the United States. And I think that without him, none of this would have been possible. So we owe a big thank you to President Biden. With that, and I'm glad that we'll never have to say that again because he's not going to be president again. So that's going to be great. But I think that there's really three things that I've been thinking about today. One is the uniqueness of President Trump as a human and as a figure. It's just unbelievable. Like you get used to this stuff, covering it every day. We cover it every day. Trump, as you say, has become part of the normal political landscape. And then you see the image of President Trump coming out of the White House and getting into the motorcade to go to take the inaugural oath at the Capitol building behind us. And you think to yourself, man, this is unbelievable. Like the writing here is just insane. You have a person who came from literally nowhere in politics, like had never held office, to become president of the United States. He loses an election to Joe Biden in the most contentious election of our lifetime, without a doubt, between BLM riots and COVID and changing the rules and the insanity that followed. And then he comes all the way back to the presidency of the United States as a singular figure. There's nothing remotely like it in our lifetime. And then you think about the American people and what the American people have said here is that they are tired of the fake normality provided by the Democratic Party. We kept hearing all those. The pitch was always, Donald Trump is not normal. He's not a normal guy. He's super not. This is not normal. You kept hearing that during term one. And then you got Joe Biden, who's supposedly the most normal guy. He's so normal. He's like a normal politician who's super normal. And it turns out everything he did was not normal. Everything. His presidency was a sham because he wasn't even alive. His executive orders vastly exceeded the scope of his office. The policies that he pursued were disastrous for the United States, both at home and abroad. In his waning hours, he pardoned a bunch of people with blanket pardons that he couldn't. It's nothing like nothing we've ever seen.
For crimes they are not accused of.
He tried to add a constitutional amendment 72 hours ago by presidential fiat. And then they say that he's Captain Normalcy. The American people say, you know what? We're tired of the illusion of normal. We just want normal. So President Trump is supposed to, in his speech today, talk about the power of common sense. This is supposed to be the theme of his speech. It's going to be a common sense. That's all we're asking for. That's all we're asking for. Even like I'm a conservative. I wish you were more conservative. He isn't. He's commonsensical and utilitarian. And guess what? That's what the American people want. They want common sense, utilitarian, pragmatist, winning first president.
The one thing we haven't mentioned here is us, the media. The fact that the left-wing media that enforced all these illusions on the American people, threatened them essentially with any violation of their beliefs. They've been particularized. They're going through the 7 stages of grief, which are whining, anger, denial, 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 denial. They just absolutely cannot get around the fact that they don't matter anymore. And we do. And we do for a reason, not because we have the reporting power they have. We don't, not yet. But we do have the power to debunk the lies that they tell. And we've done it bit by bit, piece by piece, skirmish by skirmish. And we beat them. We beat them down to the ground.
Yep. I wish you guys could see immediately behind us, the angle's a bit steep, but the presidential motorcade only just ending, a motorcade which began before we even went live. Certainly the longest motorcade I've ever seen, as President Trump is arriving at the Capitol. And I believe it's a little sunny out here. We can't see everything as clearly as we'd like in the confidence monitors, but I believe we also saw President Biden leaving the White House to make his journey over to the United States Capitol for the inauguration of Donald Trump. We're going to tell you more about that right after a quick word from our sponsor, Oracle. We'll be right back.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you are saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move on over to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/president. That's oracle.com/president. Again, oracle.com/president. And see what Oracle can do for you.
Michael, you're in many ways the most Trumpy of the Daily Wire hosts. You're often accused of being sycophantish by me. But I do have to say, you've been the most bullish on President Trump's chances all the way back to 2020 that he would come back, that he would be elected president again. Yep. It's a vindicating moment for you, I'm sorry to say, but happy for the country.
You make a great point. I do seem very right and handsome and lively and exuberant. I think there's a lot to what Ben just said. This is a point I have been hammering since before the election, and I'm glad to see after the election, which is, to me, the phrase of 2024 and the phrase of this administration has to be common sense. Ben, when you say you wish Trump were more conservative, you're speaking in a political, ideological way. Now, there is a kind of deep conservatism even to the notion of common sense, but there are a lot of people who voted for Trump who did not ever vote before, or who had voted for Democrats, who've never read Russell Kirk or Edmund Burke or Hayek or anybody, who just kind of have a gut sense that something was wrong and Trump was kind of going to make it right and paradoxically was going to be a normal president. And I think that's good, actually. I think it's to be encouraged. We also want to apply reason to our political intuitions, but I'm all for that. You know, I think back to the worst leftist revolutionaries ever. One guy in particular, Antonio Gramsci, who observed that a revolution can only succeed if it holds the common sense. And the left totally kissed that away. And if Trump can make his remarks today and the theme of his admin, that we're going to be normal. It's okay to be normal, guys. We're going to use common sense. We're going to defer to the wisdom of our ancestors and the things that have just kind of worked out before. If he can do that, he is going to hold not only the center right, he's going to hold the center left. I think he could even expand that new coalition.
Well, you saw the executive orders. I mean, he's supposed to issue some 200 executive orders today. Now, listen, as a fan of constitutional government, not a fan of that many executive orders, but that is a perfect response to what the Democrats have done in centralizing executive power since the Obama days. It was Barack Obama who, after he lost Congress, said he would rule by pen and phone. And then it was Donald Trump who tried to reverse many of those things. And then it was Joe Biden who expanded it radically. Yep. Joe Biden issued more executive orders while he was president than any president of our lifetime for his 4 years. And now Donald Trump has to reverse all that stuff. And so his executive orders right now are very commonsensical things. It's put Remain in Mexico back in place. Yep. It's from now on, men pretending to be women are not going to be treated as women. They're going to be treated as men. This is literally one of the, that's in the, by the way, that phraseology is the exact phraseology of the executive order. It says men pretending to be women. That's his exact phraseology. That is a wild difference from the kind of pseudo respect that's been granted to this stupid proposition for the last several years that Matt, of course, has been fighting against so prominently. You know, the fact that these sorts of things were up for debate, and the fact that these are quick and easy wins for Trump. Now, the thing, you know, if I want to speak pragmatically about Trump for a second, the thing that the big risk for, I think, for Trump is that President Trump wants wins, right? He likes headlines and he likes wins. The one cautionary note is don't go for the quick and easy win over the long-lasting systemic change, because I think that there are going to be a lot of shiny objects where you can grab the win right in the moment. Yep. But the big thing that he was elected to do was, for example, clean out the deadwood of government. It's not just to issue an executive order and declare the thing over. I think that President Trump knows that. I think his cabinet knows that. But I think that's also going to require the support of the American people, understanding
he also has a majority in both houses of Congress and ostensibly a majority on the Supreme Court. They should be able to come back behind these executive orders and codify a lot of them in actual law. And if they don't do that, I'm worried that Congress has actually become a vestigial organ that is incapable of passing legislation.
He's also shown that he's learned something. I mean, he staffed his administration this time. He didn't staff it at all last time and essentially allowed the Republican Party to staff it with people who hated him. Yeah. Now he's got people who love him, and I think that that's an important thing. They keep saying he appoints loyalists. I think, what are you going to do? Appoint enemies? Of course. Guys in your administration who are going to do what you tell them to do, and he sent a lot of sticks of dynamite into these departments, which is exactly what they need, especially in the legal departments, especially the FBI, the DOJ, has to be cleaned out. This reign of terror, and it has been a reign of terror. I mean, let's face it. You know, it's one thing for the media that is protected by the First Amendment, but people were being raided in their homes for protesting abortion, punished for going to the Latin Mass. Right. I mean, if it were only Knowles, I would say fine. But you know, other people,
you would enforce it yourself.
I would actually go in and investigate you myself. But no, this is an amazingly oppressive regime, and the idea that Trump is abnormal for opposing it, and the people who support Trump are abnormal for opposing it, is anti-American.
This is the most interesting thing about about the last 20 years of American government, is that Barack Obama and Joe Biden both present as moderate, which obscures their radicalism. Yeah. They're two of the most radical men ever to hold the office of the President of the United States. Donald Trump, on the other hand, presents as a radical.
But he's pretty moderate.
And yet he's pretty moderate.
Because it takes a crazy, and this is the thing I've been saying about him from the beginning. It took a crazy man to break this glass, to break this incredible shield of dreams that's been put over the American public where they couldn't see what was happening.
And there's also we're talking about the political side of it. I mean, in the culture, there's a real massive shift that's happening right now, and it's probably not as sudden as it feels, but it feels very sudden. And so, for example, that executive order with that language on the trans issue is really significant. There's also, I mean, the Daily Wire just reported today, the latest poll, I think it was from New York Times, on the trans issue. It's something like 80% now, majority of both Democrats and Republicans saying things like, we don't want men and women's sports and that sort of thing. A majority against, transing the kids. And if you go back and look at the polls 5 years ago, it wasn't like that.
I will say our company should take credit for this. Okay, really, Donald Trump in 2016, when he was running, said Caitlyn Jenner could use the women's restrooms. He did. I mean, and the reality is that it was the outside voices in the conservative movement that held the line on this. And we were leading the charge on this. Everything from Matt doing his unbelievable work on this issue to the rest of us covering this stuff. I mean, I remember being threatened on national TV by Zoe Torre in 2014, right? I mean, so like we've been fighting this battle for a very, very long time.
It creates a problem so here's the problem the left has right now. I think they have a few problems. One is that they run on emotions, and emotions can't be sustained forever. And so I think people are just sort of exhausted. But then the other thing too is what are they about? Like, what is the Democrat Party about right now? What's their agenda? What's their project? The good thing about Trump is he's always been able to speak very clearly and simply about what he wants to do: build the wall, secure the border. These are simple things. Right now, I think you look at the Democrat Party. You were to get 100 Democrats in a room and say, "What is your party about? What do you guys stand for?" I think you'd get 90 different answers.
Well, that's why I think they're freaking out right now, because what they were about was being against Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really what they were about. I mean, since Trump won, every single waking moment for the Democrats has been, we oppose Donald Trump and everything he stands for, and we're going to blame his victory on the Russians or on Facebook or on some sort of corruption. And then it turns out the American people threw up a giant orange middle finger a second time and said no to that. So what exactly do you do when your entire case is, we just don't like the guy the American people selected?
And who is their leader? Who is their leader? I like that Trump has changed the Republican Party, but even if Republicans hate Trump, at least it's clear who runs the Republican Party. It's Donald Trump. Previously, 3 months ago, you would say, well, probably Barack Obama runs the Democrat Party. I think he's basically out. Joe Biden certainly isn't running anything. He's probably not running his toothbrush in his mouth. Kamala Harris isn't. So who is the figure? Who's the figure in media? Who's the figure? They don't have one. So they're obviously confused, which is why I'm so excited about the executive actions today. 50 expected executive orders, and then additional executive actions once he's sworn in. The thing I love most about it is not just what it's going to do to the border, not just he's inviting certain legal challenges potentially on birthright citizenship, not just the gender stuff. It's that he is going in, guns a-blazing. He is organized. To your point, Drew, he just outsourced hiring to the GOP in 2016. But one of the big problems was he couldn't get people to work for him because the brand had been made so toxic by the dishonest media. That's a huge shift now, too. The fact that Bill Gates is saying, wow, what a fascinating guy. Oh, how intriguing. We're going to work together. If Bill Gates is going to work, if Mark Zuckerberg is going to work for Trump, then everybody is going to work with him. And so he's going to be able to staff really, really good people.
We're approximately 12 and a half minutes out from the beginning of the inaugural ceremony inside the Capitol Rotunda. You're starting to see a lot of familiar faces. I see Charlie Kirk in the room right now, several prominent lawmakers. Vivek, Elon Musk already have walked through. A pretty remarkable moment in that this is taking place inside the rotunda of the Capitol. Normally, you would see it happening directly behind us on the National Mall, on the steps of the Capitol. That's where these events are typically held. It's obviously why we selected this location, but there have been enormous changes and frequent changes and rumors of even more changes over the last 48 hours. As the government has responded both to the incredibly cold weather here in Washington, D.C., and we are told security threats against the president. I've given some thought to it. My guess is that the kind of drone warfare that we've seen taking place, like the individualized drone warfare we've seen taking place in Eastern Europe, probably presents challenges that we just don't know how to keep an event like this safe in the way that historically we've been able to. Whatever the case, it's only the second time in our lifetimes that a president has been sworn in the rotunda of the Capitol, the last being the re-election of Ronald Reagan in '84.
Yeah, going back to sort of the topic of the opening of culture to President Trump, I think that the most seminal moment in modern political history was that debate with Joe Biden. And the reason I think that is because for the first time, a bunch of Americans actually said the thing out loud, which was, maybe it's okay to support the Republican. You started to see people say,
right.
maybe it's actually okay. Maybe, like, he's so bad that maybe we should actually consider this. And then the attempted assassination of Trump, when you saw people suddenly come out of the woodwork, Mark Zuckerberg saying, that was pretty awesome how Trump responded to that. Suddenly there was a cultural pane of glass that had been broken, and you can't unbreak the glass. Once you say the guy might be cool, he might be doing something important and useful and amazing, once you say that, you can't unsay it, right? Well, if you put somebody in the untouchable box, once they're out of the untouchable box, you can't stuff him back in. And I think that was one of the big problems that Kamala had. She kept trying to stuff Trump back in the box that had already been destroyed by the debate with Biden. And so Joe Biden did more damage to the Democratic brand in the last year. Like, listen, I think Kamala Harris would have lost him anyway because she's a uniquely terrible candidate. And that goes back to, the sort of modern media sensibility that you're talking about, Drew, which is without the podcast, without the videos, without the ability to expose people in long form, the media would have been able to cram her down our throats. 20 years ago, she's the president of the United States because the media is able to hide her behind glass and then just pretend away all of her problems. In this election cycle, you've got long form interviews with her that don't exist. And then you have long form interviews with Trump or JD who are acting like normal humans. And that's a completely different thing. So the cultural willingness to now say the thing, Joe Biden is responsible for that. So once again, I want to thank the outgoing president of the United States, who's awful, who's awful and deserves all the ignominy we can ladle upon him for the rest of his life.
We should talk a little bit more about that assassination attempt, because I keep going back to this moment when Trump had COVID and he came back and he said, don't be afraid of it. Don't let it dominate your life. And Jake Tapper went on and said, no, it's right to be afraid. It does dominate your life. You should be afraid. And I thought, that's what they're selling us. And when you saw Trump stand up after being shot and say, fight, 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 I think a lot of Americans may have said, oh, yeah, that's who we're supposed to be.
Well, I mean, also, I think we're all religious people at the table.
Yes,
if you saw that and you didn't see the hand of God almost literally come down and grab Donald Trump by the head and move his head this much,
a priest
to not have his head blown completely off on national TV. Like, if at that moment your confidence didn't skyrocket that this dude was going to be president of the United States again, I got to say, only secular people probably saw that. Were like, well, he probably just has
There's
just
a great
as good a
line.
shot of not winning.
A priest friend of mine says it's a wicked generation that seeks after signs and wonders, but it's a stupid generation that ignores signs.
When Mark Zuckerberg wakes up the next day and says, I think he's going to be president.
No, that was because he repealed Roe v. Wade. That was I'm absolutely convinced.
You're going all the way. Okay, you're going all the way.
No, I think that was absolutely all right. Second chance. Second chance.
I mean, speaking of second chances, I will say that it is rare, and I think this is the rare moment, and this is why I think that we should approach this with a lot of excitement and encouragement, but also some trepidation, because God doesn't give countries second chances very often.
Oh, that's right.
And this is a second chance for the country. If you had told me 4 years ago that Donald Trump would re-enter office with a Republican majority in the House, in the Senate, and with sometimes 6 votes on the Supreme Court, I would have said, you're out of your mind. That's crazy what you're saying to me right now, given the sort of political situation in the United States 4 years ago. And the fact that God has given this opportunity, the American people have taken the opportunity to do this, it means that you can't blow the opportunity.
Yeah.
You cannot be distracted by the dumb kind of stuff that sometimes we get distracted by in political, like the meme coins or the TikToks. Like, just do the thing. That's the opportunity. Grab the thing. Do the thing, and the American people are going to be grateful for it. All they want is some sense of solidity in an ever more chaotic world.
Yeah.
And God giving us the second chance, like, if it's not seized, I don't think God takes kindly to people who don't take their second chance.
I think also on the right, we have this responsibility to keep our fringes out of the center, the Jew haters and the women haters and the black haters. I think we just got to say no. I know there's going to be moments when they get the clicks, when they get the attention. We got to just turn our backs on them.
But because
our party has always been the party of liberty and justice for all. It should remain that way. We don't need to hate anybody. We can actually do everything we need to do without letting those people in.
And something that's very encouraging is for every, if people spend too much time on Twitter, one will think that the country is in a rather bad place.
Yeah, good point.
But, you look at Trump himself. He does not really entertain fringes, hateful people, anything like that. Trump, as we've been saying now for 20 minutes, Trump really has grabbed the normal. Trump, he's kind of like the normie president.
I actually think this is a terrible, the ascension of Donald Trump is a terrible defeat for the sort of pseudo-fascist voices on the far right, the anti-Semitic and racist voices on the far right. They've had a lot of prominence online in the last 4 years because opposition fuels things like that.
And in fairness,
when you see the left ascendant, it creates this reaction, and it creates support for a reaction.
Especially when they're silencing people.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to have a far-right extremist protest against an ascendant and productive and effective right-wing government.
Yeah.
Back in the rotunda right now, it looks like people are starting to take their seats. We see Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. I saw Apple CEO Tim Cook, it looks like, has taken a seat as we're about 6 minutes away from the beginning of the inauguration of Donald Trump.
They'll run late. My prediction, this thing ain't starting in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
they
way.
don't have people
Listen, I spent good money on this countdown clock that's playing. Expect a timely inauguration.
And I have to say, this green screen of the Capitol looks really
It's
realistic.
beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
And this green screen is also freezing cold.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Wow.
Well, one of the things that is amazing is, like, we are literally counting down the moments until Joe Biden leaves. I can't get over how bad a president he was.
Yes.
Like,
Did
there
you
were
like Joe
rumors.
Biden?
No, but really, like, it's an amazing thing to have lived through a historically bad president, like a truly historically bad presidency. Two of them. And Barack Obama was truly historically bad, but in a different and more insidious way.
On purpose.
On purpose, right? Joe Biden. I mean, there were rumors yesterday that leading up to this inauguration, Joe Biden was at the very last minute going to cram through a series of UN resolutions targeting Israel. This was the rumor. There was the Security Council meeting that was happening this morning, and that was the going rumor. And it was like, that might happen.
That's plausible.
Right? I mean, that's plausible. And he tried to actually add a constitutional amendment by fiat
I love that.
on Twitter in a statement he clearly did not write.
I love that, though. Do you know why I love that? The reason I loved him trying to ram through the ERA, which had a deadline of, 1977, then it was like 1982. I mean, they blew past it 40 years ago. And so
It was 1979. It was more recent than that.
It was more recent, yeah. And
right.
they did extend it till 82, but they didn't extend it till 2022. So when the Archivist of the United States said, hey, you can't just declare constitutional amendments into existence, Biden kept moving anyway. But it wasn't just Biden. It was Kamala Harris. It was Tammy Duckworth. You could tell it was an organized Democrat strategy to just... Hillary Clinton, deny till you die, just say that this is the case. Why were they doing it? Yeah. Because they had nothing else that actually happened to point to as an accomplishment.
And they still
That's why.
And they still think the media exists to cover it up for them.
Well, I think they also they have to reanimate. Their going argument since 2012 has been the war on women, right? I mean, that was the animating argument in 2012 against Romney. And it was an idiotic argument in the first place. But this has been their animating argument. They tried it with the trans issue. They tried to pretend that somehow the trans issue was a war on women, when in fact it was a defense of women. And then after the repeal of Roe versus Wade, they decided that that was going to be like the big winner issue for them. And it turns out the American people kind of normalized on that, meaning that if you're in California, you realize California made your abortion policy. Yeah. And if you're in Florida, then you realize Florida made your abortion policy. And I think Trump, again, this is one of those areas where being a conservative is different than being a pragmatic politician. I wish that you were more pro-life on a federal level. And also, if you're a pragmatic politician, what he did by taking that off the table as an issue in the campaign was actually quite important.
So it's easy to forget to that point that it was, 8 months ago, you had the kind of the idea, the popular wisdom was that because of Roe v. Wade, that in fact conservatives would be in the position that the left is in right now.
Exactly.
Total disarray, relegated to irrelevance. And that was an argument not just among liberals, but there are many people on the right who were panicking over the fact that Roe v. Wade had been passed and saw it as a net negative.
So the
and
problem,
look how that turned out.
I agree. And so I think that because of that, because they blew through the trans issue, that's gone. The abortion issue is normalizing. So they have, but the only constituency that Democrats do really, really well with now is young single women. That is the only constituency that they have.
But don't forget,
so
Trump
try the
won,
ERA. Why the hell not, right? I mean, like,
Donald Trump won 40% of women under the age of 30, according to the Associated Press. So even the most pro-Democrat group.
But I said young single women, right? Okay, so the reality is a percentage of people under 30 are married.
That's true. Even in our day and age, there are still a number of married people. That's true. That's a good point.
So yeah, I think that as Democrats double down on that, the big question for them is what's going to be the next consolidating issue, and we haven't seen it yet. This is why. Again, one of my fears is, and I think the most important thing is continued economic boom. That is the most important thing, because the only thing Democrats can consolidate around is some sort of economic downturn. They can't consolidate around social policy, they lose. They can't consolidate around foreign policy because their foreign policy is a complete mess and they don't even know what they believe. Yeah. So the only thing that they can consolidate around is if there were to be some sort of economic downturn.
We're seeing the arrival of vice presidents into the rotunda. Vice President Pence walking in right now. It may have been Dan Quayle.
It was Dan Quayle. Yeah.
Vice President Dan Quayle walked in right before him. So Ben's prediction that this would not begin promptly So far, there's still a chance.
A minute 37?
Yeah, we have a minute. They've only got to get a handful. I mean, Carter, they're not going to wheel out Carter anymore.
They're going to wheel out Biden, though. So, yeah.
He finally can not do anything wrong. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, no.
There we go, Bubba.
And there's the least happy person in all of America, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
The one President Clinton, the one and only President Clinton.
President and her husband.
Can you imagine just how terrible it is to be Hillary Rodham Clinton?
Oh.
Like, you're the person who ushered Donald Trump into power, and then you lost to him. And then Joe Biden, who you really don't like, won in 2020, and then he lost to him. And you this entire time have gotten to just be whiny. Like, that's been your entire career, has just been whining.
By the way, do you know that
amazing?
If Joe Biden had remained on the ticket, Barack Obama would still have a lot more political power than he does.
Yeah. I also
he played such an enormous card only to be defeated.
I agree with Biden that he would have done better than Kamala, even after the debate, even with the dimension. I think so.
I do too.
You do?
I don't think he would have won, but I agree. I think he would have done better than Kamala.
It's hard to do worse than she did.
Yeah, there's that.
You know, I think that it's hard for me to say that he would have done better. I think because he was so senile, he was so gone.
President and Laura Bush walking into the rotunda now. President Bush, who had the best line of the first Donald Trump inauguration, which, if you'll recall, as soon as Donald Trump began reading Steve Bannon's speech, God opened the heavens and poured down tears from the sky, at which point, apparently, George W. Bush leaned over to whomever was sitting next to him and said, "That was some pretty weird shit."
My favorite George W. Bush moment recently was at the funeral of Jimmy Carter, where he came out and slapped Obama in the stomach. I miss that guy. I'm sorry.
I mean, I have to say that Republican presidents tend to be normies.
Yes.
W was a normie.
He was a normie.
And the thing about Trump is that he's weird on social media, but we all know Donald
He's
Trump.
the guy at the end of the bar.
Correct. We all know him. No one has ever met.
Drink.
No one has ever met Kamala Harris because she's animatronic.
What's his name?
And there's Barack, and Michelle is not there.
Wow,
Michelle did not show.
President Obama without Michelle.
Wow.
That is
so
or Jennifer Aniston.
There
have been those rumors.
Notably.
I wasn't going to say it. That is actually
which is shocking because the other rumor was, of course,
Yeah, I know. She didn't seem like his type. Let's put it that way. But you know, when I saw Michelle wasn't going to come, I said, okay, well, that happens. She didn't go to Carter's funeral, but that was really weird to see him walk down alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was really weird that she wasn't at Carter's funeral.
Yeah.
Truly.
No, she signed out. She checked out.
She's had it. Yeah.
She's like, I'm done. I don't like any of these people. I'm done.
Yeah.
You know, more power to her.
Yeah. She signed out. But the question is, of what has she signed out?
Yeah.
And now we're awaiting the arrival of our current president for only a few moments longer, Joe Biden.
Might take a while.
Yeah.
Well, here come the Supreme Court.
Oh, the Supreme Court judge.
Okay.
Chief Justice Roberts.
Boo.
Kavanaugh.
Alito.
Yay!
Hey, there's a Clarence Thomas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sonia
Gorsuch.
Sotomayor, Kagan, Gorsuch. Yeah.
Only a few more moments before we see Donald Trump enter the rotunda, and a few more moments means you still have time to head over to Daily Wire Plus and take advantage of our limited offer, 47% off of an annual membership. If you use promo code 47 at checkout, we're thankful to all of our Daily Wire members. 65,000 people watching concurrently right now at Daily Wire Plus. It's a wonderful experience. We've just launched new technology, a new app, and it's probably the best place to catch this content now. That's never been true before, but we're really proud of this new technology that we've rolled out.
It's kind of interesting to see these tech guys, Elon Musk and Cook from Apple. You know, it's a new generation of barons. You know, it's a new generation.
Well, there's also something to, even when you mentioned that Tim Cook was there, I thought, well, it's good. Obviously, he's not a conservative, but you know, he has to be there because he's a huge figure in American public life. Runs one of the biggest companies in the history of the world, and we sometimes forget it because we're so clean about our civics, but. You know, the guys who run these big private institutions wield a huge amount of political power, for better or worse.
Of course.
Well, and imagine they all kicked Donald Trump personally off of their platform 4 years ago. And today he ascends to be the most powerful man on planet Earth. I think you probably kissed the ring in that circumstance.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we overreacted just a little bit.
But I mean,
Mr. President.
business is good, right? Business is good for America. These guys have built some of the most beautiful businesses in the world, and it's great they're coming around.
The businesses that they built have great power to do good.
Yeah, and what I want from them is some acknowledgement that what they are doing now is a permanent shift in the wind, and doesn't shift back 2 years from now.
Impossible all the time. That's not very
No, I think honestly, I think one of the ways that they do that is actually doing public appearances with people on the right.
All right.
They refuse to actually get in public, and they're not doing that anymore. That's changing.
Is the Trump
Here's
family?
the Trump family.
All right.
Ivanka and Don Jr. and Tiffany and Eric and Barron, who's enormous.
He's tall, yeah.
Octavian.
No,
Jared Kushner.
Yeah, he's probably home with the kids. I didn't see any of the spouses.
Oh, yeah.
There were no spouses there.
Right.
I think you're right.
I'm very excited for Barron to change his name officially to Augustus. I think that will happen. Is that 28? Does that happen? I don't know.
Yeah. The funniest thing that's happened so far was the exiling of Kimberly Guilfoyle to Greece. That is by far the funniest thing. I'm sorry, it's funny. Like you break up with the president's son, and then they're like, "And you shall be delegated to Gaul." You'll now have that.
If I could get Court of St. James, I might be willing to.
Well,
I'm a married man.
Court of St. James.
That's the best one,
yeah.
you know.
It used to be when England was England.
That's right.
I'm not sure you want to go.
Mega, make Europe great again. Just start by making England great again.
That could really happen. This right-wing movement across the West is so encouraging.
Our colleague, Dr. Jordan Peterson, plans to devote much of the next 4 years to that particular fight.
Really?
Yes.
I
he thinks there's a real opportunity in Europe.
I spent some of last night. I saw Liz Truss was in town, former UK Prime Minister. Nigel Farage is in town. I haven't seen him yet, but he's been going around to some of the parties. So you do have Giorgia Meloni is in town. You have
Javier Milei was here.
Milei showed up. That's good.
Boy,
yeah,
love me some Milei.
He's doing great. He's doing fantastic.
It's unbelievable.
Yes,
what he's doing is insane. He actually has them in the black.
Now, what I want to know is, did my favorite Latin American strongman make it? Nayib Bukele?
I believe he is coming.
All right, there we go.
I think Bukele is coming.
And my personal favorite Latin American strongman, Justin Trudeau.
Wow, we really just teed it up, and you're right there out of the park.
As my father taught me, never pass up a chip.
I actually was going to say, when he announced he was leaving politics, this would be the first time since 1959 that a Castro didn't run a Western nation. That's not true. The president of Honduras is Xiomara Castro.
Oh, there you go.
So we have one more to take down.
There is something unique happening across the world, and you do see this kind of thing happen where very akin leaders across the world tend to get elected at kind of the same time.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to bode well for Europe. I mean, the right-wing movements in France, in Spain, with the Vox Party, in France with the National Rally, in Germany with both AfD in the center and the Center Democratic Union. There is something happening, and it is a revolt of the people against the elitist nonsense that said you can open up your borders endlessly and hand out cash like it's candy while becoming weaker and weaker in the world.
That was Germany's third try. They finally destroyed Europe. You know, 2 shots, and they figured this one out.
But even
I give them Franco-Prussian. I think they beat us 4 times.
Even thinking, that the Brexit preceded the Trump election so closely, and Orban and Meloni. But this goes back much further. You think of Thatcher and Reagan coming up at the same time. This is and why is that? Because we are one civilization, and America is the global hegemon. So that's obviously going to lead trends, and I think that bodes very well for Europe.
I would like to see the phrase "far right" banned from the newspapers.
Well, I like the word "far right" if you're actually referring to the far right. It really bothers me when you're just like.
What describe you or me? Any of us? We're all far right. We're like the dead center of the mainstream.
I remember when you were the alt-right. That was one of my favorite.
I was reading about the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD party, and the lesbian libertarian leader who thinks that Hitler was a communist. She is a far right leader. Who knew?
First Lady Jill Biden walking into
Dr. Jill Biden.
Oh man, I thought I'd seen the last of Doug Emhoff, and he's still there.
I apologize, Dr.
Jill.
Dr. Doug Emhoff. There he is.
There he is. The worst Jew in America, Doug Emhoff.
Wait, he's Jewish?
That guy. I cannot stand
I'm sorry to hear he's a Jew. I didn't realize you.
Yeah, exactly. He's kept it a secret. Big secret. I mean, it was secret until like the last 5 minutes when they needed him to be. But, you know,
Yeah.
oh, God.
They are running a fairly, I have to say, they started punctually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to try and take credit for that clock?
That's it.
I'm just
like
saying.
5
The clock is
minutes
running,
past,
is
dude.
running the government.
Well, no, but it began right on time.
Oh, now you're just shifting the definition.
No. These are like announced entries. There's a guy with a staff, and he says, "Hear ye, the Right Honorable Dr. Jill Biden."
Speaking
Look
of
how
Doug
pissed off she
Emhoff,
looks, by the way. Look how pissed off Jill Biden is.
Look how happy Imhoff is. He's like, I'm out.
I was wondering if he were sad today, like when President Trump starts speaking, what do you think the odds are that he becomes so enraged that he just starts smacking all the women all around?
Remember that time the entire media just ignored that story?
Yeah.
That's an amazing thing. That was an amazing
Will
moment.
the
Yes.
Imhoff-Harris nuptials last her defeat? Will they survive the defeat?
I mean, as long as they find each other mutually useful, seems to be the rule in Democratic
In Democrat
circles.
circles,
Right? So
that's exactly right.
sometimes in Republican circles too, but mainly in political circles just generally. Like
Yeah.
the utility seems to outweigh the morality.
I think Jill legitimately likes Joe, and I think she voted for Trump because she likes Joe and hated
hates
me.
Kamala.
Yes.
Hates Kamala.
Will Kamala
She
go
looks
run for
happy,
something
yeah,
else?
yeah.
Yes, governor of California.
No.
You think so?
That's
Yeah.
And she'll stand a reasonable chance because,
Government-
because California
what used
doesn't
to be
learn
California,
anything from
yeah.
it.
California
The
is
ashes of
psychotic,
California.
which is why we all left California. Literally all of us.
The greatest state in the country, and they have literally turned it
Yes.
into a dumpster fire.
Yes, because
So
the
it's
weather
not
is a drug.
You
People
think
are happy
Kamala
with
still has a chance in the wake of
it. No.
Yeah.
what's happening in California?
Well,
You don't
yes.
think maybe there's a little bit of an awakening there?
Well, I'm hopeful that there could be an awakening. If California can't wake up after the greatest man-made disaster
Yeah.
in living memory, then nothing will wake them up.
The problem is the Republicans tend to give up. They've given up on New York and they give up on California. Republicans could win back California after this.
Screw it.
Yeah.
I sure like it in Tennessee.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going back. You
Yeah,
going back?
yeah, no,
Because some people- what are you
I haven't
talking
missed
about?
it for 10 minutes.
Stop scrutinizing.
These darn
For you.
Republicans who give up on California. All right, see you guys.
No, the big problem is that for the Republican Party to actually win there, they'd actually have to run on the issues that matter, like running the state well and crime. And they never did that. They always went on like education.
Right.
You're always going to outbid on education. That's a giant fail. Kamala Harris will run there, and I think that she stands a pretty good shot of winning because, right now it's a high watermark for kind of love for Trump. There always is this honeymoon period. Trump's actually getting one. He didn't get one last time. This time he gets one.
That's right.
But 6 months from now, the left will have reconstituted in some form or fashion, and Kamala, as running for governor of California, now that Newsom has completely blown it, could be the person who says, listen, I ran against him. I only lost because Joe Biden, and give me the shot again. And the intersectionality, we all think DEI is dead. DEI is dead for reasonable people. For California, it's still very much alive.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And so,
And Donald Trump should endorse her if she runs for governor.
it's so funny.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
What happened to your clock?
They're trying to find Biden. He's wandered off.
They were doing so well. It is kind of disappointing. I like to think that if we could hear maybe somebody saying a prayer or something and be like, oh, yeah, well, that makes sense. But
I don't think so. They're all talking to each other.
yeah, it's probably just all falling apart on me. All my plans end this way.
Barron is like Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
He's dominating everybody.
Oh my
It's
God!
amazing.
Last night
I
I
love
was
it.
talking to Gorka and I'm sorry.
Gorka's a giant, too.
Calvin Robinson. I felt like a munchkin.
I didn't even see Calvin.
Yes, he shaved off that afro. I talked to him for 20 minutes. It was when he walked away. I went, "Oh, that's Calvin Robinson."
Our friends from the Blaze were at the parties last night. We were at the TPUSA gala last night. All five of us, I believe, and Dr. Peterson, and our buddies Glenn Beck and Tyler Carden and Gaston Mooney, who are like giants.
Yeah.
They're all giants.
I know. We need to carry around apple boxes when we're around these Nordic,
Speak for yourself, guys.
Right.
and around Walsh.
The problem is that Matt's actually a small forward, but in our lineup, he's the center. We're a very undersized team, right?
Yeah.
That's just what it is. It's a Jewish basketball team.
You guys do make me feel very tall. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I did get home in time to watch your team get humiliated in the what was essentially the Super Bowl because nobody can beat either of those teams.
We were at our fancy ball last night. And I was watching the game on the phone.
Yeah,
And I was watching Matt get sadder and sadder as the night went on.
Last moment was
pretty. I was watching Matt and watching his heartbreak, and we were in the loudest room in maybe the history of humanity.
Everyone's celebrating.
and it's just Matt dying inside.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the closing moment of his movie, right? The camera stands out, and it's Matt lonely in a crowd, all sad on the inside. And I was like, at that moment, I realized that Matt had out miserabled me, which I didn't think was possible because I hate giant parties.
Oh my God,
like,
giant parties!
Passion, man.
You like giant.
You know, I get a kick out of them a lot, and I like seeing people, who you don't ordinarily see.
Yeah.
So I've been to about 1 billion political soirees.
Right.
What is really interesting about this spate of them, we've gone to however many, half a dozen or a dozen, is the group of people is unlike anything you've ever seen in Republican politics.
Yeah.
So you're walking in, there is Conor McGregor.
Yes.
You turn over, here's some like rapper. You turn over here, is a
Kid Rock smoking a cigar.
Kid Rock
inside.
smoking a cigar in the
On the way lab,
where
too.
we were. Yeah. Yeah.
I will say I talked to a lot of people at the party last night. I have no idea what
Anybody said, yeah.
So,
You just kind of nod.
There was
You
I
smile.
told Matt
I
this
agreed
last-
to a lot of things. I had no idea. Yeah. Okay.
I said this to you last night, Matt, but this attractive woman was speaking to me at one point, and she was much taller than me, again, because Jewish basketball team. And she had leaned down and she was saying something to me. You were standing with me, and I was trying for all my might to listen. And we got to the point where she stopped talking, and it became clear that she had asked me a question, and I had not heard one
No, you couldn't hear
syllable,
anything.
not a single syllable.
I believe you said, I really wish I could have heard a single word you just said, but sorry,
Nothing.
But even that, these events are so schmoozy. That's just
Yes,
what
yes.
these inaugurations are. And but here, there's just this. There's the slippery kind of slick DC event, and then there's the just exuberant DC event, and this is the latter. It's very fully in
Very
the latter.
So I think this was always part of the charm of Trump. Yeah, on the way here, so we had to walk for 1,000 miles through
Yes.
a blizzard.
Uphill both ways.
Uphill both ways
Barefoot,
to get here. And I was just taking a look at kind of the aesthetics of MAGAville, because DC is now MAGAville.
Yes.
And this is MAGA country. So Jussie Smollett should have made his case this weekend, right? He got it wrong. Polar vortex.
Yes.
This is MAGA country. And the thing about the Trump aesthetic that's hilarious is that just aesthetically it's really ugly. Okay, like the Trump hats, right? Like they are.
I love them. I love them.
But no, this is kind of my point, is that everything aesthetically Trump is 1986 family reunion
Yes.
in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's everything.
At
right?
the Mall of America.
At the Mall of America,
Yeah.
right? Like the hats are square and boxy, right?
Yeah,
They don't
yeah.
actually fit your head properly, and the ties are too wide, and all the signs are in like Times New Roman font.
It's like it's hip to be square. It's like the 80s.
Yes,
It's hip to be
that's
square.
it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. And so somebody was saying, like, why are we playing "God Bless America," "God Bless the USA" by Lee Greenwood for the 127th time? And it's like, because you know what? Most Americans actually like this kind of stuff.
They like
They kind of like this kind of stuff. It turns out that the aesthetic of the 1980s, we kind of like it. It turns out that Huey Newton, Huey Lewis was not wrong.
We like
Huey
remembering.
Newton was wrong, I
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about Huey Newton. But Huey Lewis was
We
right.
like remembering back to a time when our nation was still powerful and ascendant and confident. And our hope is that in Trump's second term, we're able to be that kind of.
And now we can all feel like Patrick Bateman, like, hey, left, you like Huey Lewis in the news?
I will say it is bizarre and surreal to walk around DC and everyone everywhere is a conservative.
It's
other fans. It's like everywhere you go.
Such
I know.
a change. And I'm looking forward to it because I live, right near here, and it's going to change everything about my actual existence. I love it. Yeah.
We were greeted as liberators.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. This is a close-up on
And
this.
where's his tie?
Where's his tie?
Yeah, that's
You're
a
at the
faux pas.
inauguration of the President of the United States. This
What a
is one of
boss.
the things I. Who are you?
Oh, he's singing.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
right.
now.
He's saying okay.
Oh, he's
Oh,
the
he's
opera
saying-
singer. Oh, this guy's
So he
good.
had to have an open throat.
Because I was going to say,
yeah,
I was
that's
going to say
fair.
that's very Italian of him. But that checks out. That actually works.
Oh man, I feel bad that I mocked this guy.
Yeah, no, he's cool. I've
Great.
heard him sing before.
Can I get
Imagine being
can I get
in the
some-
rotunda of the Capitol with those vast acoustics
Yeah.
in that space, listening to this.
Can I get somebody to turn up my ear a little bit? I'm having a hard time hearing. I guess not.
What's he singing? He's not the Star Spangled Banner.
No.
But at the Trump rallies, he'll sing opera. Actually, like pretty beautiful arias.
I mean,
and
that's
things.
normal. That's very
Yeah.
Trump, right? It's like Memories from Cats.
Yeah. That's normal. That's normal. He'll do.
Trump's, he's such a normie. Like everyone knows Trump, right? Like his tastes are absolutely mid,
Yeah,
right? They're
love it.
absolutely mid-brow,
Love it.
right? It's like he likes Memories from Cats,
Mhm.
and he likes Nessun Dorma, right? right? And he likes My Way by Sinatra. Like everything that he does.
Yeah, that's absolutely
like,
true. Yeah.
He represents the people.
Yeah, he is the avatar of the American spirit of the last 50 years. There's no question about it.
At least.
Even in his garishness,
and he always was. This is the thing that when those of us who underestimate it. So I went from estimating him properly to underestimating him to I think estimating him properly. Meaning in 2012, I wrote a column suggesting he should run for president of the United States.
Oh, that's right.
That was when he was running. I think he was thinking about running against Romney, and I wrote a column in 2012 saying he's the most likely person to win.
Yeah.
And then in 2015, 2016, it was like, okay, maybe he's past his prime and he's too wild, and then he won, of course. And the thing about Trump, that dude's been internationally famous.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
For literally 50 years.
Yep.
For 50 years. I mean, he was in rap videos.
Yep.
Right? I mean, this guy was in McDonald's commercials.
He was in Home Alone.
This idea that the idea that he like came out of nowhere, he came out of nowhere politically, but he certainly didn't come out of nowhere culturally.
Yeah.
He was always a representative of a giant chunk of the public because you cannot be that famous for that long without being a representative of something in the public spirit that people actually like.
Yeah, he's what we said instead of Rockefeller. In the old days, you would have said Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Now you said Trump. All through the 80s.
Especially as a New Yorker, there has not been a day of my life that I have been conscious and not aware of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's not an exaggeration.
No.
So when people said he's this radical fringe guy, what are you talking about?
He's still Trump from the block.
He's still Trump from the block.
Yeah.
I was watching some movie. I can't remember what it was. It's like a 1993 movie, and just randomly they started talking about like, well, maybe Trump will be president. Like people would drop that routinely.
Yeah.
In like the 80s. So should we be that shocked? Maybe, maybe not.
Right.
Maybe, maybe there was
maybe
there was such a cultural disconnect that happened in the post-Bush era.
Yeah.
That and Hollywood turned so far left and culture turned so far left that we actually just forgot about the people who were really, really, really famous for a very, very long time in the United States.
It also exposed a lot of this lawfare when they went after him with all these investigations. I thought they've been investigating this guy since I was a child.
Yeah.
They're not going to find anything. If he were dirty, they'd have got him by now. He's just not that. He's just not.
Okay, so
I'm glad that we can just talk over this entire beautiful performance.
Yeah.
He wasn't wearing a tie.
No respect.
See, the right doesn't care about the arts. That's what I keep saying. Maybe people are going, who was that guy? It's like, how did he get in here?
Well, I mean, it's better than the lesbian dance troupe that was planned for Kamala's.
Oh, God.
Somebody else is coming.
Who is this?
I don't know. So it's like a mystery curtain. I'm enjoying the mystery curtain. The curtain of mystery. It's the Undertaker.
Hey, brother. He starts pulling his shirt off.
Who are these people?
I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
We're doing a great job of narrating this.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be telling the people at home.
So great job, support staff, for letting us know all these people who are walking through. I'm going to blame it on you.
Blame it on the
So a bunch of random people that we don't know just walk. If you're listening, I'm going to explain in detail what just happened. A curtain opened, some random people we don't know walk through.
But the men
They're
had
probably
ties
important.
on, so that was good.
Yeah.
Right.
Random people who are invited to the inauguration of the President of the United States inside the rotunda.
Mrs. Vance and
Here's our First Lady, Melania Trump, entering into the rotunda.
Very nice hat.
Very fat, snazzy.
Like that hat.
She has excellent taste.
Do you think we could put her on the covers of some magazines
now?
I mean,
oh, it's coming. I guarantee
If
you.
Michelle Obama won't appear on them anymore, I guess there's room for the supermodel First Lady.
that was the pettiest thing about that.
Yeah, ridiculous. She got like Aubrey Hepburn taste.
No, she's really got good taste.
Bold to wear a hat too.
Yeah.
It says that you're confident in your sense of style.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
truly.
a great analysis, though. I know, but I just wasn't expecting like actual fashion analysis from our straight fashion correspondent, Jeremy Boring.
We depend on Jeremy.
I like to say straightish.
The fashion commentary.
Yeah, and like color palette analysis of what that means for the future of the country. She's painting in bold colors. She's got the contrasting black and white just demonstrates how bold this presidency is going to be.
It's a concession too from Jill Biden that she decided to wear blue,
Jill looks
unlike on election day.
She looks so miserable. Look,
she does.
She looks absolutely miserable.
Not miserable enough.
Ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on
miserable.
Do you think that's?
Yeah, I think she got what she deserved.
You're a merciful man.
God comes for us all. And
That's
his
true.
justice. Here comes
Secretary
is the
Honorable
Hakeem Jeffries.
should have played that when I come into a room from now. Yeah.
I'm hoping for a Charles II. Trump comes
Ladies
out. He
and
says,
gentlemen,
"Gentlemen,
the
go
President of
home."
the United States, the Honorable Joseph
There
R.
he is,
Biden
people.
Jr.
It's his-
and
it's his
Vice
exit-
President
it's
of
his
the
exit
United
show.
States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
She is so unhappy. Wow. Terrible day for her.
Pretty humiliating.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and kick this over to the live broadcast of Donald Trump's inauguration. Stick around afterwards. We'll be back to give you more inane commentary and fashion advice. We'll see you guys there.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years. And today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with the generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol the people's house. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government. 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and glaring lamps. His day is marching Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His children are free. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together, we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Munn to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. The like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose touch and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts wayward were so gallantly streaming, and the racket eager, heaven blasting in earth, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Crusaders had forsaken
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Well, there you have it. America has a new president, 47 himself, Donald Trump, just inaugurated in the Capitol Rotunda, right behind us in a unique and celebratory, for the most part, ceremony. And I think that the theme of it could best be encapsulated in a quote from Donald Trump during his 29-minute address. God saved my life to make America great again. Here with the first reaction, Ben Shapiro.
So it's a pretty impressive speech from the former and current president of the United States. President Trump gave a 29-minute address, very short for him. It began with him suggesting that this was the beginning of a new golden era for the United States. That obviously is his ambition. And then he recapped the last 4 years, which he characterized as dark, depressing. I think obviously he was right in all of that. And then he began to lay out an incredibly pragmatic course of action that he's going to pursue immediately. And that includes everything from designating drug cartels terrorist organizations to putting back in place Remain in Mexico, from declaring a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill. Those are his words, to a foreign policy that's led with strength. He mentioned the release of 3 hostages by Hamas over the weekend. President of the United States also dropped some pretty charged language about what he sees as the future of American territory. He used the phrase manifest destiny to describe the possibility of expanding America's territorial holdings, including regaining some level of control over, for example, the Panama Canal, which he said we did not build for the use of China or ownership by China, which, of course, is exactly correct. The bottom line is this. President Trump said in the speech that he is going to be a common sense president. And that is what you heard. This is a president who is much more focused than he was during his first term. This is a president who actually has an agenda. This is a president who is ready to make that agenda happen in real time. Now, I don't think that it was the most soaring rhetoric I've ever heard from President Trump, but it was some of the most pragmatic rhetoric that I've ever heard from President Trump. Again, it was a shorter address than he usually gives in these sorts of situations. And I think that played to his benefit because, again, it allowed the American public to focus on what he was saying. He suggested that maybe the most important wars we fight are the ones that we never fight, which is a strategy of deterrence that he has suggested in the past and that he pursued with alacrity during his first term. He suggested that when it came to foreign trade, that we were not going to impoverish American workers in order to make people rich elsewhere. We'll see how that manifests in terms of his actual trade and tariff policy. But the bottom line for President Trump is, was, and will be utilitarian. It's going to be about winning. It's going to be about pragmatic winning for the American people. That's the theme that he kept coming back to. And he also, in the more inspirational moments of the speech, I think, talked about what he sees as the future of the country and the past of the country, the sort of pioneer spirit that it takes to cross mountains and settle along rivers, the kind of pioneer spirit that it takes that to, for example, go to the moon and plant an American flag on the moon. There's an aspirational nature that's combined with the pragmatic, utilitarian, on-the-ground stuff that I think is going to make President Trump's second term unique, and could, in fact, make President Trump's second term historically unique. It's pretty rare to have a president who's both pursuing the sort of pragmatic, on-the-ground things that are necessary to fix the broken toilet, and at the same time pursuing the big ideas, the big, bold ideas. And it's been a long time in this country since we've pursued actual bold ideas. For a very long time, probably my entire political lifetime, we've been stuck in the position of sort of global managerial class, where it's our job to sort of fix things around the world or fix things at home. President Trump did talk about innovation. He talked about dynamism. He talked about shooting for something that was larger. And again, there is to his administration a seriousness of purpose that I think a lot of people found lacking at the very beginning of his first administration. He's learned something. Again, the key line was one that Jeremy mentioned a moment ago. And that key line was that God saved his life in order to make America great again. And I think that because that happened, because he narrowly avoided being assassinated in front of the American people, having his head blown off on national television, I think that he does have a seriousness of purpose. He could sit back on his laurels. He could right now say, listen, I won. I did the thing that I set out to do. I won one term, I lost, and now I came back and I won a second term in historic fashion. He's not doing that. He actually has an agenda. And you can see that agenda unfolding in real time. We're noticing as this speech was unfolding, the White House site had already shifted over to a picture of President Trump with the label America is back. And it's worth mentioning right here that on his way out the door, this broke pretty much as President Trump got up to speak, that Joe Biden actually pardoned all the members of his own immediate family in preparation for the idea that Republicans were going to go after them. That's not true. The reality is, again, that President Trump, I think, is not going to be focused, and I hope he's not going to be focused, and I think his speech suggests this. This is not a revenge-minded administration. This is a forward-looking administration that is looking to solve the problems of the American people, that is going to put American interests first on foreign and domestic policy, and then again, is going to be measured by its success. That was the word he used many times during the speech, success. And that's always been President Trump's metric of what matters, is success and winning. I don't think any of that is going to change in the second administration, but I do think the approach will change, much more practical. He actually knows how Washington works now. He's appointing people who are going to break the things that need to be broken. I'm not sure I've ever been more optimistic about the country in my lifetime, which is, I think, a far cry from where all of us were 4 years ago. Our faith has been placed in President Trump as President of the United States again. And I think that the faith of the American people, I hope and I pray, I think as all of us do, that the hope that the American people have placed in President Trump is well justified. Again, it's an incredible moment, and I think we are all feeling that.
Can I just say that was actually maybe my favorite President Trump speech of all time, because I thought that it was short, it was punchy, it got to the point, it was hopeful and optimistic in a way that we don't hear very often. We haven't heard in a long time from an American president. My favorite part of the speech by far is when he used the phrase manifest destiny, right? Because I think that we could talk about these practical things. That was the other great thing about the speech. There's a lot of practical things we're going to do, but then there's also, okay, we talk about making America a great country. What does that actually mean? What does it mean to be a great country? I think capturing that feeling of let's go out and conquer something. Let's expand. Manifest destiny brings us back to when America was truly a great country. We haven't had. He talked about planting a flag on Mars, which I think is another of my favorite parts of the speech. Because when was the last time America had a triumph, like a historic victory, where everyone together as one people celebrated something? Probably the last time was landing on the moon, which was a long time ago. So I think Trump is talking about having moments like that where the American people together are triumphant.
Well, we should not divide the high-minded, idealistic stuff from the practical, pragmatic stuff. I think, to your point, Ben, the focus that he showed in this speech is clear on both sides of it. So on the one hand, he says, we will pursue our manifest destiny. That is an amazing 10,000 degree view. And then he says, we're going to take back the Panama Canal, that we built that. We gave up our lives for that. We didn't mean to give it to China. We're going to take that. He says we're going to, secure our nation and our border. He says we're going to label the cartels terrorist organizations. Yeah. That means that a lot of cholos with face tattoos are about to get a visit from U.S. Special Forces. There's high-minded and there's practical. Even on the tariffs, when he said we're going to rename Mount McKinley to be Mount McKinley, I was joking with Jeremy off camera. I said, and we're going to pay for it through McKinley tariffs. And then immediately he brought it into his practical tariff policy. So I think the focus and the actual coherence to this policy is so encouraging. I was here for it already. I expected it. And I felt he delivered even more than I was hoping for from the speech.
I have to say, first of all, I just want to say this one thing. I love this freaking country. I love it. I love it so much. I love the bizarreness of it. I love the chaos of it. I love the fact that a Catholic and a Protestant and a Jew and a black guy and a white guy are all praying to God together. That to me, that's what I'm here for. That's why, I left this country for 7 years. When I came back, I knew exactly why I came back. I came back for this. I came back for this moment, but I also came back for this fight and all the fights that we have to go through to keep that thing alive. This wasn't Lincoln's second inaugural. It wasn't like this beautiful let's come together thing. But even though I believe this is a country for all kinds of people, it's not a country for every idea. It's not a country for the idea that you can cut children to pieces for some sexual, craziness that happens to pass through the university system. And there are ideas, just in the same way it's not a country for bigotry, it's also not a country to just let anything happen and enforce it by, bullying people into silence. So in a way, even though it was not a uniting speech, it was a speech saying we just came through 4 years of garbage. Yeah. It was a speech redefining the borders, not just on our southern border, not just on our northern border, but also on our border of ideas. The ideas of freedom, the ideas is liberty. When that guy was saying, let freedom ring, I was thinking, absolutely, let it ring. Because it's just been, we've forgotten it. It's been 4 years when the pandemic happened, the fact that people could be forced out of their churches, the fact that people could be forced into their homes, forced to wear masks, forced to take drugs they didn't want. That is not America. That is un-American. It should be excluded from any vision of the future.
I want to talk about the fact that the New York Times headline tomorrow is definitely going to be most divisive inaugural address in U.S. presidential history. We're going to get to that after a quick word from our sponsors, Helix Sleep, who helped make it possible for us to bring you this broadcast today.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you are saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move on over to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/president. That's oracle.com/president. Again, oracle.com/president, and see what Oracle can do for you.
President Trump and President Biden, along with their wives and their vice presidents, exiting the Capitol here, posing for some photographs as they wait for their vehicles, which presumably at this point will take them to, I think typically what happens is the president goes and has a luncheon with legislators, but things are a little bit upside down this week. I'm not sure if that's exactly what's going to happen or if they're going to take him straight to his live remarks at the auditorium here in Nashville.
He might go back to the White House to sign some executive orders.
He's doing the executive orders. He's doing the executive orders, they've told us, at 5 p.m. in front of the crowd at the arena. In fact, there's a great photo. I don't know if we have access to it, but they've brought the presidential signing desk out into the middle of the arena.
That's unbelievable.
And it's currently set up where 15 or 20,000 people will soon be gathering.
I think that the optics, because the optics were very weird this time, right? You didn't get the sort of the big spanning vistas of that are usually behind
the
us,
National
right?
Mall.
That we set up for and spent a lot of money to make sure that we caught on camera. And because of that, I do think that it actually benefited Trump in some ways. I think that because the speech was quite practical, and because it wasn't nearly as soaring as like a second inaugural by Lincoln or something, because of that, the intimacy of the surroundings, I think, played in his favor. He wasn't booming out about remain in Mexico over a crowd of 750,000 or a million people. Instead, he was saying it directly to the American people in pretty intimate fashion. And I think that may be something that is worthwhile and that really plays to his benefit, because the truth is, when you're speaking common sense to people, you don't need to thunder it, you just need to say it. And I think that what he did in that speech, and again, keeping it focused, like we had an over-under bet that was going to be perfectly transparent with the audience, and I went way over. I thought for sure it's his second inaugural, he's going to go for it, right? Whatever William Henry Harrison's record is, you got to put your name at the top of the record books, man. If you ain't number one, you're nothing. But instead, he actually went really, really short for him, and I think that benefited him. I think that I'm hoping that he's starting to understand that the power that he has is best used sometimes as pepper rather than as salt.
You know, I think his sincerity came across too. Yeah. I saw Trump at MSG, which is probably one of the coolest speeches he's ever given. And when he walked on stage, I'd never really seen him do that live, oddly enough. And I had this thought, I said, oh, he's Elvis. That's why this works, is he's Elvis. And that doesn't totally come across on TV. Well, on TV, when he brought up God a lot in that speech, and I don't think it was cynical at all. I think it was sincere. I think that guy got religion in a field in Pennsylvania. In fact, I don't know how you couldn't get religion in that field in Pennsylvania. And even there, he tied the ideal to the practical when he said, God saved my life to make America great again. I think he believes that deep down in his heart. I certainly believe that deep down in my heart. And I think it really came across as truthful.
By the way, I'm going to say that I think the Catholics won the invocation game today.
Yes, absolutely.
Cardinal Dolan's invocation was I think the best invocation.
The best prayers I think I've heard in an inauguration.
Yes. And very, I don't want to use the word aggressive, but sincere and definitive. There was not the kind of reticence that I've heard.
The first two in particular were masculine. That's what stood out about them to me. You don't often get masculine prayers, particularly at events like this. And now we're saying goodbye to President Biden, who's about to enter the Marine One helicopter, which should take off not far behind us.
I'm trying to hold myself back here. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord is with you.
I don't know. It's a very heavy thing to consider, leaving the presidency. Of course,
but not for us.
He is being replaced by someone who knows how it feels.
Also, does he understand that that's happening to him? I mean, I think that's the central question.
He can run again. You only have one time.
America's third non-consecutive.
I don't know if you were watching his face when the singer was singing the national anthem.
He looked like he was going to weep.
He looked like he was going to weep, and not tears of joy. That's for sure.
Yeah. And they were tough on him. Franklin Graham came out and he gave that. He said, this is a great. We've been saved. 4 years were very dark.
I mean, Trump was tough on him. The first 10 minutes of the speech was Trump basically just curb stomping. It was like, here's all the things that are wrong with the country because of what's happened over the course of the last few years. Looking right behind it.
Here we have President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance seeing off President Biden, whose helicopter is about to take off. I think probably from our jib shot, we may even be able to catch. The image.
Well, bye.
Bye.
Catch you later. Yeah, now we're all looking for the helicopter.
Is that the, no, that's
the news helicopter covering it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it didn't warm up out here, so theoretically they could have done the inauguration out here. It got real nice.
Certainly. The point you made about
security.
The point you made about it being a small, intimate area, it made him sound much more confident.
Yes.
He wasn't enforcing his will. He was saying, "I'm going to do this stuff," and I like that a lot.
Even the little asides work better intimately. He says, "We're going to stop the persecution of political enemies." I know something about that.
No, you're totally right. If he says it softly, it's different than if he's thundering that to a million people.
Exactly right.
I totally agree with that. And again, I think that he spelled out some very practical policies day one. And if you list those policies, those are 80-20 policies. Those are 80-20 policies. One of the things that President Trump, I think, is really doing here is the thing that you're supposed to do when you get in office, which is focus on the policies where the vast majority of Americans actually like the policy and get off on the right foot. So when he's talking about border enforcement or remain in Mexico, or we're going to go after criminal aliens, right? He specifically said criminal as opposed to like all illegal aliens because he can see the polling, which suggests that it's a little bit wishy-washy about like all illegal, like most recent. But criminals is like an 80-20 issue.
Oh, that's right.
He picked a bunch of 80-20 issues. And by the way, one of my favorite parts of the speech that we haven't mentioned yet was him talking about the death of diversity, equity, and inclusion, right?
Yes,
The end of DEI and the return of merit is a huge, huge thing, and maybe a defining feature of what I think the defining feature of what's made America exceptional in the first place. I also want to buy, I said, I do want to buy some stock in superlatives. If somebody has like an ETF in superlatives, I'm all in. Life savings. There can be a lot of use of superlatives over the course of the next 4 years.
But once again, DEI is un-American. It's just racism. It's just actually institutionalized racism, and it should be just kicked out the door. The fact that we have to have an executive order to declare that people are male and female is like
that almost made me sad.
Yeah,
when Trump said there are only two sexes.
And from today forward, American government will recognize that 1 + 1 equals 2. That's where we've come as a country.
And we sort of have to state
that you have to.
And now we get to the practical business of governing. And I think one of the things that Trump has a lot of latitude to do, and this is one place where he's unique, is because he has built such a broad coalition. When it comes to the actual policy making at the congressional level, right? There's a couple different levels of policy. His executive orders, I think, we're all going to be very, very happy with as a general rule. When it comes to legislative policy, it's going to get messy, and it's going to get messy real quick. Mike Johnson has basically no majority. He has a majority of one vote, one vote. And meanwhile, over in the Senate, there's a majority of 3, but 2 of those 3, but you also have Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins.
Pass small bills reinforcing the executive orders. Don't go for giant omnibus where there's going to be 3 years of negotiations. Every one of these executive orders turned into
but here's the problem. The reason, so here's why that's not going to happen. Ideally, and this is where the battle is going to be, and I think that we need to be practical about it.
Here's President Biden's helicopter taking off. If we go into our wide shot, we'll probably be able to see.
Well,
coming around.
There it is. Wow.
See ya.
Catch you later, dude.
Hey, buddy.
Wow, the last time a helicopter took off from this kind of disaster was Vietnam.
I'm going to take a selfie with Biden leaving.
Pretty remarkable.
Bye. Catch you later.
Toodles.
See you, pal. It couldn't come a moment too soon.
All right.
Woo! Hey! Yeah. Catch you later. Woo!
Toodaloo.
Wow.
The crowd behind us equally happy to see President Biden heading back to Delaware.
Where he'll enjoy some nice beach time with his newly pardoned family.
I will say that some of the most
he didn't pardon the grandkids though.
He did not pardon.
We can still go after the grandkids.
Let's get them.
I think one of the most enjoyable aspects of actually being here, obviously it was kind of a cold vantage, and we didn't get the beautiful view of the inauguration that we had expected to have. But we did get to feel the rudders as the former president left, and in the exact moment that President Trump finished saying the oath of office, a cannon salute broke out on the grounds of the Capitol. 21-gun salute.
Terrifying on security forces.
You wouldn't have been able to experience it unless you were just right here. So visceral.
Well, to get back to the legislative policy question, I think that one of the reasons you're seeing Republicans say things like one giant bill is because when you're trying to cobble together coalitions that are this broad and this diverse, it is incredibly difficult to pass narrowly focused bills without losing 2 or 3 votes who can then hold up the entire work. So I think that the goal here from President Trump, and it is going to take the bully pulpit to do it, our hope as conservatives is going to be that conservatives do hold up the works enough to actually get some conservative policy in there. At the end of the day, in order for anything to get done, everything is going to be a crap sandwich. That's just the reality. And it's going to be especially a crap sandwich because they can only do this through reconciliation. There has never been, as far as I'm aware, in modern times, 2 reconciliation bills passed in the first year. It's usually 1. And so what they're going to try and do, if they can get away with it with the Office of Management and Budget and with CBO, is going to be whether they can get through border security and reinforcement of the Trump tax cuts. Everything else is going to be executive policy. And that's just an unfortunate way that the government has now come to operate. And that's going to have to be the next step for the American people, is going to be to elect a coalition of Republicans broad enough that you can actually go through a normal appropriations process when you're trying to pass a damn bill.
Well, if you can't, then you don't actually have a legislature anymore.
Yeah, that is the problem.
That's what it really comes down to.
But that's not the president's fault. That's the legislature's fault for sending all their power away.
Yes.
I would also like to see a bill, if not a law, if not a constitutional amendment, saying that laws have to be a readable size. That, if you have a 1,000-page law, you don't know what's in it.
Like that continuing resolution. They can do it. They went from a 1,200, 1,500-page CR down to a 150-page CR overnight.
I will say, though, that AI is going to change this. You can now, I'm not being glib. You can take a 1,200-page bill, upload it into Grok, and you can ask Grok any question you want about it. it will tell you everything that's in the bill instantly. It is a complete game changer. And I think that activists and watchdog groups will make faster use of this than actual congressmen. We will know what is in these bills instantly from now on.
Well, that's a hopeful.
So now they're going to
thought,
get longer, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
exactly. So a huge day. We have Donald Trump now, the 47th president, going in to have a luncheon with congressional leaders, and after which there's typically a parade, which would go right behind us down Pennsylvania Avenue. Now that's going to take place inside an arena here in Washington, D.C. But we also have big news at the Daily Wire, because with this new 4-year term of President Trump, we're also going to be expanding our news division and really covering D.C. in a much deeper way than we've ever done before. And that includes having a brand new White House correspondent, which we've never had before, and now we will have. And listen, if J.D. Vance's remarks on this are accurate, maybe we'll even eventually get a seat toward the front, because apparently, according to Vice President Vance and Donald Trump, they want to kick the legacy guys to the back of the room, which, wouldn't hurt my heart any. But we do have this wonderful new White House correspondent. She's been with the Daily Wire for some time now. In fact, she was with us for a while, left, and is now back. And it's our very own. I know that I said on X that it was all the guys at the Babylon Bee, who also would have been good at the job. But it is, in fact, our very own Mary Margaret Olohan, who is here with us right now. Mary Margaret.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me back on. And it's an honor to be Daily Wire's new White House correspondent. I don't take this lightly. I'm very excited to bring the news to our viewers. And after the last 4 years, I think it's more clear than ever that new media is so important. We belong in the briefing room. We need to be bringing the American public these stories and sharing with them the truth that legacy media has no intention of ever sharing with them. So I'm excited to be in there. I'm excited to be asking questions of the Trump administration, and I'm excited to be sharing what the legacy media is not going to be asking them as well. So big year for us, a big next 4 years for all of us.
Well, we're really excited to have you with the company, of course, and to have you in this new role. You'll be in the White House on a day-to-day basis, being able to ask the kinds of questions that we haven't been able to ask as conservatives in previous administrations. You look really, really cold right now.
It is very, very cold. I'm standing outside of Union Station here in Washington, D.C., where we've been talking to all of these Trump supporters who, like you were sharing earlier, wanted to be on the National Mall for the inauguration, and unfortunately they can't be. But I will tell you, Jeremy, I have not spoken to anyone that was in a bad mood, anyone that was discouraged, and I might add, it is freezing out here, but they're all beaming, they're smiling. We walked down to Kelly's Irish Times, which is one of my favorite pubs here in DC. The entire bar was filled with Trump supporters. They were so happy and excited as they cheered and watched Trump be inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States. And Tom, who's working the camera with me, and we were saying it's some of our favorite footage we've ever gotten, these Trump supporters reacting to this inauguration. So really awesome day, and it's so exciting to be here.
It's really unique for DC. I mean, it's the first time I've ever been here and felt like conservatives had a real presence on the streets. Red hats everywhere, sequin vests everywhere. It really is. It's MAGA country in DC right now.
It is. It is. You walk outside and you can hear people listening to the inauguration on their phone. A bunch of teenage boys just walked by us and they were singing the whole na 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 song, hey, 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 goodbye, about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So it's just so much fun. And the MAGA hats are everywhere. I don't remember this in 2017. I know, there was a strong Trump presence, but this is unlike that. And I think part of that is this coalition that Trump has built, whether it's the Maha moms or the parents united against transgender ideology, or people who are just sick and tired of the economy being so bad and having criminals come across our border. But it's a really unified front. And look, I lived in DC for 10 years. I am not used to this many masculine men walking around and even just happy people being here. So it's a new scene.
Well, thank you, Mary Margaret. We'll be checking back in with you. That's Daily Wire White House correspondent Mary Margaret Olohan, and we're going to go to the Capitol again right now, where newly inaugurated Vice President J.D. Vance is giving remarks.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along? Totally unified. I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, It's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter. probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen, but she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side, and those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So I do that. But seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, How about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders. And that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said, I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let it use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxson, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, "Sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it." No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done. We'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, "You're going to run for president? You're going to run." And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know, the only thing good about it, it showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent. And frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. The day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, "What do you think?" And she said, "You want to do this again?" And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things. At this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, "Who are you voting for?" They say, "It's none of your business. I'm not telling you." And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe. The one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a first lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom. And the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because you've been a great first lady. A beautiful and a great first lady. And they love our first lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our first lady. We love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
There's just never been anybody like this guy. We've been, the President of the United States giving a second inaugural address off the cuff in the overflow room for people who didn't make it into the inaugural, into the Capitol Rotunda for the inauguration, which included governors and I don't know about legislators, but many other dignitaries. The speech started sort of like the interview with the quarterback after the game, giving you the play-by-play.
Post-game interview.
Post-game interview, and then turned into praise for
of, I think, all of human history.
Yes, but a very personally aimed at Governor Abbott of Texas.
Yep.
And then very funny remarks about First Lady Melania Trump.
My favorite part was him making fun of his wife's hat.
Yeah,
that's bold. That's making fun of your wife's apparel in a speech.
That is dangerous.
And then he finishes up.
That is what people love, though. The fact that not only was it inside baseball on the post-game interview, what'd you guys think about this at the thing upstairs? But then even he did a post that speech. And this speech, I didn't know what I was going to give you, okay? A, B, C, D, F. You know what? I gave you all the A+ treatment. Bye.
So we're going to talk about the media's reaction to the president's first speech, which is already starting to happen. And you will not be surprised to hear that they aren't very happy. First, we're going to hear once again from our friends over at Helix Sleep, who made it possible for us to bring you this broadcast.
Hosting the show, being a dad, and everything else life throws at me, I can't afford to waste a third of my life on bad sleep. When you spend 25 years in bed, your mattress isn't just furniture, it's an investment in your well-being. Here at The Daily Wire, we're proud to partner with Helix because they're simply the best in the business, consistently delivering quality sleep to our team and our audience. What makes Helix different? Well, they know one size fits all is nonsense when it comes to sleep. With 20 different mattress options, Helix understands everyone's sleep needs are unique. I took their quiz about a decade ago and matched me with a firm, breathable mattress that's perfect for my needs. No more tossing, no more turning, no more back pain, just consistent quality rest. I wouldn't recommend something I don't believe in myself. My wife loves it. I love it. We put one in our guest room. Now our guests are asking where we got our mattress. If that doesn't sell you, you should also know Helix gives you 100 nights to try it out risk-free. They'll even pick it up if you don't love it. But trust me, you're going to love it. Right now, Helix is running a huge MLK flash sale. Helix is offering 27% off everything site-wide, plus 2 free dream pillows with your mattress purchase. Just head on over to helixsleep.com/dailywire. That's helixsleep.com/dailywire for 27% off site-wide and 2 free dream pillows. Again, helixsleep.com/dailywire. Thank you, Helix, for sponsoring this coverage.
So still a lot more coverage coming here at Daily Wire. Plus of the rest of the inauguration day. We'll be, I think each of us going to one of the inaugural balls and continuing to bring coverage of various appearances of President Trump and J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance throughout the day. Truly a unique inauguration.
Yep.
And it was, in a way, I mean, as the media is saying, it was a divisive speech. And it was somewhat divisive for an inaugural address. I mean, one interesting thing about having a non-consecutive second term is that you have a president who does have a grievance. He's coming into his second term, not fresh off of his first, but having been, he believes, unjustly defeated in the election. I think we all agree, unjustly persecuted and even prosecuted by the government since the time of his presidency. And so he threw some jabs.
Yeah, I think that, you know, not to steal Michael's shtick of citing annoying philosophers, but you know, the Hegelian synthesis never takes place here, right? So normally you say there's thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right? You have like one thing and then it's opposite, and then they come together in the third thing. Well, what if it just went thesis, antithesis, thesis? Right? Because that's what we just did with the presidency, and I think that's the thing that President Trump is saying. I think what he's saying is, listen, you know, my idea is one. Yeah, my idea is one, right? You tried my ideas, and then you tried the opposite ideas, and then my idea is one. And so why would I stand up here and pretend that there's some sort of coming together around the ideas that lost to me? You tried it. You tried it. You got to see both sides, and then you guys decided with all the bad things on the table. It wasn't as though anything was hidden in this election cycle. We had everything, right? We had a full laundry. We had a full airing of grievances about January 6th, and we had a full airing of grievances about COVID, now about BLM, and about trans, and all that stuff. And you chose me. And because you chose me, now I get to say the thing, which is I won. This is not an experiment.
That's right. Yeah.
I won. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do now that I won. And all the things that were bad, that you hated, and I think that there was a tacit acknowledgement by President Trump that one of the reasons he's back is because Joe Biden. Yeah. Right? It is because Joe Biden. I mean, my heart soared a couple of times today. One was when President Trump actually took the oath of office and Joe Biden was no longer president. And the other was when we all personally saw the helicopter take off. When the helicopter took off, a load was lightened from my heart. And suddenly, like, really, because every day you woke up in Joe Biden's America and it was like, what bad thing is this terrible person going to do to the country today?
Literally 15 minutes before he ceased to be the president, he pardoned his entire immediate family, which is one of the most corrupt and now precedent-setting events that we've witnessed in our lifetime.
In 2020, he literally said, you should not do this. He said because there was talk that Trump was going to do this on his way out of office. And Biden was like, you can't do that. That's terrible and norms defying. And now he uses Trump as an excuse to pardon his entire family. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Once you do that, then you have now you've basically excused all criminality by all first families for the rest of time. This will now be de rigueur.
This goes back to the divisiveness of the speech. You know, Barack Obama, the great deceiver, once deceived Americans by saying mostly we fight over the 50-yard line. That was true until Barack Obama. And the thing is, it's not like he's taking over from somebody who increased the welfare state a little bit or, you know, had some programs that we didn't like or something like that. He's talking about people who are actually not just corrupt, but oppressive, anti-American. We're teaching our children anti-Americanism. There's no reason to include them. And the fact, you know, we were sitting around saying, oh, the New York Times just said, what a dark picture he painted of America. And I'm thinking, nobody cares what you say. Yeah. Nobody cares what you say.
Right. Dark for you, I guess.
Not represent the people.
And the thing about the pardons, too, is that the precedent that it sets for such a frivolous reason, because it's not even as though, and we all know this, and Biden knows this, Trump was not going to go after any of these people. He wasn't going to go after the Biden family. It was not going to happen in a million years. The only reason Biden's doing it is just as a last little political stunt to try to make it seem as though Trump is this vengeful dictator who is going to try to put his whole family in prison.
I'm not sure about that. I think he did it because he had to do it because he had pardoned Hunter. I think he pardoned Hunter, and then all of his other kids were like, well, now they're going to come after me. There is this weakness that...
But Liz Cheney, Fauci, I mean...
Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Yeah.
No, that's a valid...
I do think that he has built up. He had to have some sort of world-shaking excuse for why he wanted to run again. Because the tacit bargain of his election in 2020 was that he was only going to serve one term.
Yes.
And he almost said it clearly during the campaign. And then he basically changed his mind in 2022.
I'm a transitional president.
Correct.
Right.
And then in 2022, he changed his mind and he decided he was going to run again. So the question became, what is the thing that is motivating you to run again? And he basically said, it's that the tyranny that Donald Trump is going to bring upon the world is the reason I must run again. And so he can't let go of that idea. He can't let go of it, because the minute he lets go of it, then it really defies why he supposedly ran in second place, right? And so he has to keep maintaining that myth. I think people can't handle cognitive dissonance, and Biden is no exception to this. And so he had to just keep maintaining the facade that if he had not pardoned everyone in a 300-mile radius, then Donald Trump was going to go after everyone. By the way, Anthony Fauci actively used the power of government to suppress actually good information being put out by the very guy who's going to end up leading the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya. And the people he's pardoning did terrible, terrible things. They really did. Yeah. And if he says that he trusts the legal system, which he clearly does not, then he wouldn't have done this.
Yeah,
that's right.
It exposes the whole fraud of what he was and what the system is.
It also, by these blanket pardons for crimes, no one's even been accused of a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no investigation into Fauci. No charges have been brought against Fauci. When you pardon someone for a hypothetical crime, you are removing the power of the people to have any transparency into their government,
It's also
to have any justice within their government.
The Constitution says he can pardon people who have committed offenses against the federal government, and the archivist says that means you have to have committed a crime to get a pardon.
Does the Nixon precedent, though, ameliorate that somewhat? Nixon hadn't been charged with a crime.
That is the one exception, I think.
Jimmy Carter pardoned all the draft dodgers, even those who hadn't been.
But it was a narrow pardon. It was not blanket.
Yes,
a blanket pardon. When Jimmy Carter, he pardoned them for dodging the draft. He didn't say anything that you may have done heretofore has now been pardoned.
No, it's crazy. I mean, it's the letter from the Three Musketeers, right? The bearer has done what has been done, right? It's an insane thing to blanket pardon Hunter, especially because, I mean, for all I know, Hunter may have committed the arson in Los Angeles, given the fact that allegedly all of his paintings were insured. And no one that's a joke, guys. It's not real. Okay,
200 paintings. Today,
who's the insurance company on that?
So a few months ago, that was about $50 billion in art value. And today, I think it's worth less than the canvas they were painted on.
What was it? Nero said, "What an artist the world loses in me." That's, I think, Hunter Biden.
And Fauci probably is complicit in one of the great crimes in human history, is the truth. I mean, it's easy to blame the Chinese because the virus came out of China. Fauci was almost certainly financing that, and
helping to finance.
He was demonstrably financing the type of research that was involved in the release of COVID.
I mean, honestly, even you put that stuff aside, the thing that Fauci did to shut down any possible dissemination of information or alternative points of view with regard to shutting down the entirety of the country, that's the part that to me is if not borderline criminal, actually criminal. I mean, that is a wild thing that happened, and you can kind of feel the stain of the last 4 years washing away. It's going to be. It will be fascinating to kind of think what the legacy of Joe Biden will be 10 years from now, or even I think we all forgot he was. For example,
it's my next blank book.
We forgot he was president the day that the election was over.
That's right.
The entire world treated Donald Trump like he was president. Joe Biden was an afterthought. I mean, there were deals happening in the Middle East, and Joe Biden just wasn't even a part of it.
I think it goes beyond that. People stopped treating Joe Biden as the president the moment Kamala Harris announced for the presidency. He disappeared off the stage of history.
Well, you heard Mike Johnson's story about the fact that he didn't even know what executive order he'd signed.
It's a truly terrifying.
It's a terrifying
account.
Yeah.
And from a very credible source.
And nobody none of the press corps has bothered to try to find out who's running the country.
And Biden did an interview, I forget what publication, maybe a month ago, where he was asked in the interview, well, could you have even served another 4 years? And his answer in that interview was, Well, who knows? No one knows the future. So finally he admits that, long after the fact.
And one of the things I think that we should do, and this is here I'm gonna tout a Jeremy Boring original idea. This is an idea that I touted to congressional leadership as well. What Democrats have demonstrated over the course of the last 4 years, if you didn't already know it under Barack Obama, is they do not care about the institutions, laws, and rules of the United States. Right. They do not care about them at all. And so what Jeremy has posed, and I think it's quite a good idea, is that one of the key institutions that's upholding the capacity of the United States to function is the filibuster in the Senate. And we know for a fact that the Democrats were going to nuke that filibuster if they got a hold of the Senate, the presidency. They were going to do it. And so what Jeremy has proposed, and if you want to lay it out, you can, but I'm going to do it faster. So in any case, the basic idea that Jeremy proposed, which is a good one, is that the Republicans in the Senate should propose a constitutional amendment to enshrine the Senate filibuster in the Constitution. And if it's not cleared in 18 months, they should nuke it. Meaning that either we're all on board or we're not on board.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Do we want to preserve our norms? Then let's do it. If not, we're not just going to wait for you to be the one.
Because guaranteed, the next time the Democrats have power, they're going to kill it.
By saying that if we don't do it, the Republicans will, which is exactly the shtick. Always this is the shtick. But nature is beginning to heal. The sun is out. The sun is shining. The birds are tweeting. It's like the end of a Disney movie. Right? It's like,
it truly is
the old Disney movie.
It is actually true that in the moment that President Trump gave his acceptance speech in 2016, it began to rain. And as soon as he started giving his speech today, the sun came out.
God's writing is like
God's writing is on the nose. It is a great day for the country. And one of the things that's important to me is that people remember you're not going to get everything you want. Every president is a mixed bag. Donald Trump will be a mixed bag. You're going to get things that you want. You're going to get things that you don't want. There's going to be disappointments. There's going to be failures. There's going to be unforeseen challenges. But you know who would not have been a mixed bag? Kamala Harris. She just would have been the bag. And just in winning, Donald Trump has changed the course of our nation's history. And so when the challenges come that are in front of us, when the disappointments come in front of us, when he does things that don't feel like what you thought you were supporting, when we get policy that won't be as good on economics as maybe what Ben and I, free economics is what Ben and I would like, or when he has to kill some people overseas and Tucker Carlson gets apoplectic because only our enemies say that we should kill people overseas or whatever bullshit happens. Just know that we do live in a better world than the world we would have lived in had this not happened. And that's not to say that Trump isn't going to do great things. I think he is. I think the beauty of a non-consecutive term is that he comes in empowered instead of, it's not a stay the course. To Ben, your point is great. He doesn't just have a popular mandate because he won the popular vote. He has a popular mandate because a stark choice was given to people in the timeline and they chose Trump's policies. And so I think he's going to have a very energetic second term. But whatever the outcome of it is a far, far better day today than it would have been if we were swearing in either a second term of Joe Biden or a first term of Kamala Harris. The next 4 years are ours. All of the opportunity is on our side if we will just seize it. So let's seize it. Thanks for hanging out with us today at Daily Wire Plus. We're going to be bringing you more coverage throughout the day. If you're a subscriber, thank you very much. You make this possible. If not, we do still have that 47% off using promo code 47 at Daily Wire Plus. We'll look forward to seeing you next time in Donald Trump's America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Congratulations.
Yeah, here.
Was it great? We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun was a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're gonna be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're sorry, we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay. Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. Next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. Yeah, that's important.
That's important, isn't it?
We have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send it.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that? He was
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So, maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
The good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now,
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that.
Good.
All right. See you.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But it was, I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reactions to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay,
Yeah.
very much.
Okay. Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir. I did one. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do on the globe show. So we're going to stop it. It's good counsel.
So that's what they get for you.
Thank you. That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
in New York City. And to everybody's shock and dismay, he said, "I am going to make America great again. We're going to rebuild our southern border. We're going to restore our economy. We are going to keep our communities safe. And we're going to make sure that America is strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world." And I can say that over the last year, as we have taken that message to Detroit, to Philadelphia, to New York, to Milwaukee, to San Francisco, and everywhere in between, that man, our president, has never wavered. And here we are today, and at 12:01, right up the street, he put his hand on the Bible and he swore an oath to make America great again. So let me ask you, and let me ask all of America, are you ready for America to be wealthy again? Are you ready for America to be safe again? Are you ready for America to be strong again? Are you ready for America to be great again? Are you ready for Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance to be the president and the vice president of the United States of America? Pretty cool, huh? Thank you, America, and thank you for everything that you did to make today a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Byron Donalds.
If you want it, you believe it, you can find a way to turn it around. I feel it in my bones.
Whether it was Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, or Nevada, we swept them all, and Donald Trump is president of the United States. For years, they said it wasn't going to happen. For years, they said, no, it's going to be the left's way. But it was the American people who looked the craziness of the left in the eye and said, we need common sense. We need real vision. We need a country that is going to be preeminent above all others. And we need the American people to be put first. And all of you in this arena and around this country, make sure Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. Being here in Washington on January 20th is special for me. This is the day we commemorate the birthday of Dr. King. And as I was sitting in the Capitol Rotunda, as I was watching Donald Trump give the best speech ever at a presidential inauguration, it reminded me to another great speech. And Pastor Sewell and his benediction, I gotta have a talking with him because he was phenomenal. But what it said to me is that in our country, there are no perfect men. There are no perfect women. There are people who were used at a point in time in this country to put this country in position to be better than it was before. And so that's why in Capitol Rotunda, when President Trump talked about that bullet that went through his ear, and that he is here at this time because God has placed him here at this time to make sure that the golden era of America comes through right now. So yes, we are going to make sure that we get your prices under control and we have a great economy. Yes, we're going to get out of stupid wars and dumb conflicts, and we're going to have peace through strength. Yes, our soldiers are going to be focused on their core mission, and that is to kill the enemy and to come home. Yes, we're going to have the largest repatriation force of illegal immigrants in the history of this country, because the only way you come to America is legally, following the law. All of those promises and more, they're going to be kept starting today at that very desk over there. And I got a special message, and this is for states like California and New York and Illinois. If you want to continue to have a dumpster fire form of government, if you want to continue to mislead your people thinking that your radical policies are the way forward, people like myself in the great state of Florida and Tennessee and Texas and the administration of Donald J. Trump, we are going to show you what true governance is. We are going to show you what true leadership is. And we are going to show the people in your states that they don't have to live with Gavin Newsom. They can have a Republican again in the state of California. And the last thing, because I don't want this to be about red states versus blue states. We are Americans. And the thing that will unify us is the success of our nation. When a young kid can grow up in the inner city and make something of himself, that is success. When a mom can dream about her children and they achieve something wonderful in America, that is success. When an immigrant from another country comes through the right way, and they actually build something and they add to what America truly is, that is success. When we unify our efforts and we can disagree, but still keep the most perfect union ever known going, that is success. Those are the common sense ideals of America. That is the leadership that Donald Trump is going to bring. And I don't care if you're in California or Florida, that is going to be the guiding principles of the United States of America. So buckle up, everybody, because we're going to be unified. We're going to get the job done. And I don't know about you, I'm kind of sick of speeches. On Capitol Hill, a few blocks from here, we are going to get the job done, or people will be moved out of the way. God bless you guys. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their families. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Charlie Kirk.
We did it, everybody.
It is hard to believe, almost surreal. For those of you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refuse to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. As we are here right now, President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today, some of which include drill baby drill, curb inflation, national emergency on the southern border, and my favorite, that God created man and woman. There are no other genders besides that. No more critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion in our military. Our taxpayer dollars will no longer fund our kids to hate our country. It is over as of today, thanks to President Trump. And what you saw from President Trump today, which, by the way, I believe was the best inaugural address in American history. And the reason why it was the best, it was not platitudes or abstractions or empty promises. It wasn't about stuff that the DC regime wants to hear. While they were all sitting behind him, he basically said, the people in this room have been robbing you, the American people. You see, as of high noon, just an hour and a half ago, the 46th president is no longer. And you might think it was Joe Biden, but it really was a bunch of White House staffers that you've never heard of before. Their term is over. It will go 45 Trump, a bunch of White House staffers, 47 Trump. That is how the succession will go. And what we have seen these last couple of years was the intentional destruction and obliteration of our homeland. And in just one day, we're going to understand a very simple truth, that decline is a choice. That when your country is failing, it's because our leaders have decided to allow it to fail. And President Trump, I really believe, is on a mission from the Almighty to save this country in that millimeter miracle where he very well could have been not just shot, but unspeakable things could have happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And the reason that they wanted to take out Donald Trump so bad, 700 years in federal prison, every possible way imaginable, is because he brings you guys into the room. It's because he brings you into the negotiation. You see, this was supposed to be a managed decline of the United States of America. And just understand what you are living through. You're living through a new American renaissance. And honestly, there were a lot of people that said there's no way they'll allow Donald Trump to be president again. They're going to steal it. They're going to use the machines. And I understand all that. They're going to try to take him out. But never underestimate the will of the American people and the sovereignty of God towards righteous and good purposes. Donald Trump is evidence that God is not done with the United States of America, that our best days are ahead of us. And our marching orders are very simple. Right now, the southern border is being secured and it is being militarized. There are no more illegal entries allowed in the United States of America right now. It is right now. Right now, the invasion is over. It is over. And we have to understand that it's going to be more than just executive actions. It's all of you continue to fight in your community. It's all of you continue to understand that this is going to be a bottom-up movement to reclaim our communities, to reclaim our school boards, to make sure our kids love America again. And for me personally, I have a lot of things that I could have done, but the most important thing that I can do and Turning Point can do is to go back on these campuses to make sure that Gen Z is the most conservative generation in American history. I'll say this in closing, everybody. In closing, Donald Trump won the White House largely because younger voters trusted Donald Trump with their vote. It was the largest swing of any demographic, a 35-point swing. For 12 years, I have been focusing on trying to get young people to believe in America, to believe in conservative principles. And I went to campus after campus, and you know, it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But I will, to all the young people of America and Gen Z, I want you to know, President Trump is going to deliver for you so that you can be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the next Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick.
Good afternoon on the greatest Inauguration Day ever. Today is one of the most important days in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now heading back to the White House. I could not be prouder to be standing before you because 77 million Americans voted for Donald Trump to make sure that it is always America first. So I wanted to tell you some stories because no president, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had his work ethic, his energy, or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep state. We've all heard him say it, and now we all know it's true. And his intuition is always right, so he starts talking about bad trade deals. That's what he thinks. So let me tell you a story about the last day on the campaign trail. So I went to meet the president in North Carolina, okay? He gets up in the morning at 8 o'clock. We get in the motorcade, gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start 8 a.m. He finishes midnight. Gets on the stage midnight in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours. Never takes a nap. And when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power. He is power. See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help us fix America. So I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working and building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st and 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and it helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president, helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth, and we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs, and we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The US government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do they do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is his birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields, and it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do. Build the factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and the ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now, can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun set on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America. Our new president, Donald J. Trump, has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America. And America, we will never give up on him. And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success.
President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history. From George Washington to Thomas Jefferson, to James Madison, to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty," or "Give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. There are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important, some are not. But this one this one really matters. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? How inspiring would that be? There's always problems in life. There's this problem, solve that problem. But there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. I love you guys. So. And let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. I really will. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's gonna be very exciting. As the president said, we're gonna have a golden age. It's gonna be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah. I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Ash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story is pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We gotta get to work. And we gotta accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one. Our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether as a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore up to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You have inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes, and we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president, the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need y'all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless the United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Kash Patel is fired up. The Capital One Arena is fired up. America is fired up. And we are just getting started.
We are. This has been such an amazing day, Kevin. We've been out on the streets talking to everybody. It's so incredible to see Donald Trump once again become president of the United States.
Once again, it feels good. It felt good to see him get up there and just say, I am back. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and joining us here at the Daily Wire. We, again, are just getting started. A lot more coming. Donald Trump will be taking the stage very shortly. You guys do not want to miss it. We will get you there the second that he is on the stage. Don't worry. But this has been a historic event, a historic week, and people here are fired up. I've never felt anything like this.
No, the energy is insane. I mean, just walking around DC, you see like teenage boys walking by singing about Trump. You see someone watching the inauguration on their phone. You see people all over the place wearing MAGA hats. It's just unlike anything I've ever seen in DC before.
I love being somewhere where there's USA chants breaking out spontaneously. Let's get back to the crowd in the Capital One Arena for the inauguration celebration.
USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, you're so lucky that I took you on this journey. In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th president of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's now going to be, he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital. He had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worrying about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family.
showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot. And I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, "Fight." He will do that for every one of you. For the United States of America, he will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window. Garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sorry, you're going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is 1 in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
All right, that is Dan Scavino, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Really powerful moment there of him recounting Trump nearly losing his life in Butler, PA. And Trump actually touched on that in his inauguration address earlier this afternoon. Let's play that clip, an incredibly emotional, poignant moment.
Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason.
Trump talks about that a lot, you know, the impact that moment had on his life. And a lot of people have told us that it had a profound effect on the campaign, on his attitude going forward. You know, we've seen Trump be a little more serious. I actually, Cabot, we were just talking about this, had the privilege of going back to Butler with Trump when he returned to Butler to have another rally there and to commemorate Corey Comparatore, the firefighter and father who was killed when that bullet missed Trump and hit Corey. So this was a really emotional rally. It was in October. All of these people went back. And right before we got there, I spoke to a whole bunch of people who had sat behind Trump the first time he was in Butler. And they saw him get shot. They saw Corey get shot. They almost lost their own lives. But they told me, we're going back to sit behind Trump again to show him our support. And it was absolutely amazing, Kat, to be there and see all of these people returning, not just to this rally, but to the spot where they could have been shot. They were there behind him, and they told me, we want to stand up for the man who stood up for us. Just really moving. I think it's really inspired so many of his supporters, you know, raising that fist in the air, showing Americans, I'm here for you. I'm not a coward. I'm going to stand up for you no matter what happens.
I cannot count how many shirts I saw today and this weekend around DC of people wearing that picture of him raising the fist. I talked to a gentleman who said that he was watching that rally, and it's when he knew. He said, I am now he's like, I'm all in. He said, I'm all in on Trump. And I do think for a lot of Americans, that was the moment.
It really was.
And we saw at the RNC when Trump brought crowd resonated with that.
And he's so good at that. I know at that Butler rally, when they were commemorating Corey, he brought out this opera singer to sing Ave Maria in this guy's honor. And there was not a dry eye in the entire rally as we all just stood there and listened to this beautiful music and looked up at Corey's empty chair where they had put a commemoration of this father in his life. And Trump is just like, he really understands how to honor someone. I remember him saying that Corey's legacy was immortal. And you just don't hear people say things like that anymore, but Trump nailed it. And it was really beautiful.
And moments like today at the inauguration are obviously the culmination of the campaign and the election, but it's bigger than that. When you have a president who is quite literally shot in the face, in his ear, who survives, who continues campaigning, goes back to the spot, and then is reelected, this is bigger than that. This is the culmination of surviving that attempt on his life. And I think the connection that his crowd had with him was even deeper after that. And you could see that this week, and you could feel that on the ground.
Absolutely. I think that's part of the reason he had that rally yesterday is because he has such a connection with his base. A lot of people would have skipped it and moved on to the very solemn inaugural events, but Trump wants to be there. He wants to connect with them. And so many of them were here because they love him.
Historic inaugural address today. Here is how he kicked things off, the vision he has in America. And then again, we'll get back to the stage once the speakers get going again. Once Donald Trump is there, we will bring it to you.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Now, I must confess, my favorite part of watching that speech, beyond the fact that it was Donald Trump being reelected, was watching Joe Biden and Kamala Harris right over his shoulder.
They had to be there.
It was over. Democrats are out of power, saying we had the most historic victory in history. Meanwhile, he's sitting 5 feet from the person that he prevailed over.
I mean, I can't even imagine what was going through Joe and his wife's heads as they're sitting there watching this transfer of power and knowing that many Americans are delighted with this and thrilled to see them leave.
Trump saying the golden age of America is upon us. And one thing that's worth pointing out is how Americans compared to 2016. There was a poll that came out this week from CBS, and it's worth reiterating. 60% of Americans say they are optimistic about the next 4 years under Donald Trump. So that rhetoric of this is a golden age of America. We are about to accomplish all of the things that optimistic about the next 4 years under Trump. That is a sea change. That is young people realizing, hey, the last 4 years hasn't gone so great for us. And we have not seen that level of optimism from young people in modern history for a Republican.
No. And I mean, this is the age group, the generation that we were told would absolutely go for Democrats. We were told they were very liberal.
Yeah.
We were told that all these girls cared only about wrong on this
Yeah.
one.
Speaking of the people that we were talking to today, and I want to hear about your experience watching Trump's speech. It looked like you had a lot of fun. Were you at a pub?
I was at a pub. Our camera guy went in there to interview some people. We actually went in to get warm because it is freezing here. Yeah. I couldn't feel my fingers. And I asked the manager, hey, do you mind if we interview some people? And they were like, great, you want a drink? And so we go in.
Did you get one?
No, I didn't. I'm not drinking on the job. But we go in, I start interviewing people. And this was the coolest thing ever because the people talking about the inauguration, talking about how they felt about Trump, how far away they came from. And we got some really good interviews that I'm really excited to share.
Let's have a look at some of those interviews. I want to watch it. I want to see if you're being honest about not having a beer while you're in there. Let's play some of that footage.
Where are you from?
We're from Connecticut.
I'm from Ohio.
Charlotte, Pennsylvania.
Came down from the Bronx, New York. So here we are.
Fort Myers, Florida.
Wow, how long did it take you to get here?
Yeah. Red State in Arkansas, baby. Oh, yeah.
What do the shirts mean? Were you there?
Yes. Of course we were there.
What part? Were you weren't inside, were you?
We were outside.
The Democratic Party, but he is for us. He absolutely loves Americans. He's going to make the country great again.
He's from Queens. We're from the Bronx. That's number one. We've seen him our whole lives since, I seen him in the
He's the man. He's alpha.
New day for America. We got too many fires out there. We got to get rid of it. We got to do something about California right now.
He's the best. I mean, he's for the country.
To get this country back the way it's supposed to be.
I got to see my cousin JD get inaugurated into vice president.
Is he really your cousin?
Distant, but yes.
That the country needed it.
I think it's good that everyone comes together to celebrate stuff like this. It's our first time here, but it's great in here. The atmosphere is great.
It's my birthday, but the most special day, we got a president. His name is
Joe Biden.
I have a subscription. I think you guys are the best.
Nice. Who's your favorite host?
Oh, that's a tough one. Matt Walsh. Sorry. All right.
What's his name with the beard? The
Walsh.
Love that guy. I was walking down the street a minute ago.
No way! Jordan Peterson.
He's my hero. That dude is
Awesome. What?
Wait, so you're a Jordan Peterson fan?
Huge Jordan Peterson fan, of course.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. So help me.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I want to go to some debates and just sit in that pub.
It's our new strategy.
That is
We got to
awesome.
do this. Okay, now your turn. I want to hear about who you were talking to and where you were.
Yeah, so I was in a hotel ballroom, or in a hotel lobby, actually.
Okay.
I wandered in to get some coffee, warm up a little bit in between hits on the show. And there was this impromptu watch party that happened. There were 300 people crammed into this Westin lobby,
Oh my
and
gosh.
there were TVs everywhere. The volume was all the way up. People were screaming. There were bottles of champagne that people were buying, and
Love
they were
it.
pouring them out, and people were just giving free bottles of champagne
So
to
fun.
everyone. Again, I did not have any either. So we're
I
both,
don't know. We're going to have to check that one too.
yeah, we're both doing great on that. Ceremony inside at the Capitol. That is why we're in the Verizon, or in the Capitol One Arena right now, because they moved the parade essentially into the arena. So only 25,000 people were able to get into that. There were 100,000 people outside. I was there all afternoon. A lot of people
was thinking, I knew I was going to be out on the ground covering it, and I was kind of like, all right, it's going to be cold. We'll see how it goes. I thought a lot of people would stay home, but you're totally right. Everybody still came. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but I thought there would be a little more bad attitude about this. The whole mall behind us was supposed to be full of people celebrating Trump's inauguration. Is what pretty much everyone said to me, and they're just so excited and happy, and they're sightseeing and monumenting and having the time of their lives, which I wasn't expecting at all.
Yeah, I came here in 2017 for the inauguration and saying this isn't what we expected, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We're still going to find a way to celebrate. We're still going to find a way to party. And the entire city right now, it's this fun atmosphere where everyone is popping into these sort of impromptu pop-up watch parties.
Right. Everywhere you go. Oh, it's like a bar. It's Kelly's Irish Times. It's the Dubliner. It's filled with MAGA hat wearing people, and they're all having fun and hanging out with each other.
And that has so thank you for choosing to watch it with us here at the Daily Wire. Now, we have a lot more coming your way. Again, we're going to get back to the stage once the speakers get going, and of course, Donald Trump will be taking the stage soon. But right now is a great time for people to become a Daily Wire member. Subscribe, become a member today. Join the party. What better way to celebrate number 47 than getting 47% off? Now, Mary Margaret, our colleague, Cassie Akiva, she was also up to some fun.
Burnings of things. So let's go to Cassie and see what she found out.
I'm Cassie Akiva with the Daily Wire, and right now I am at the anti-Trump and anti-Israel protest. Socialists at Google that are against defense contracts with Israel. We have Trump effigies. We have Trump depicted as a pig. We have a guillotine here, and we have people just chanting and coming together in this freezing cold weather. They're passing out hand warmers and hot some previous protests at the DNC. So they're coming together, all the different groups, and they're going to be protesting here for the next 2 hours.
I'll ask you about listening.
There are dozens of us. That's what they were saying.
Okay, wait, Cabot, you were there in 2017 too, right? Yeah. Tell us what happened when Trump was inaugurated last time.
Violence happened. It was scary. No, it really was scary. The amount of fires that I saw set, the amount of windows that were shattered and torn up, and now, I think business owners, really ready for that in 2016 and 2017 at the inauguration there. And so I saw all sorts of Antifa riots and far left protests, people burning and flipping over cars and breaking glass. It was very scary to be a part of. Been able to muster that same sort of widespread vitriol towards Trump.
Right. There's a completely different sentiment around Trump. And I've been talking to a couple people about this today because it's so striking. They've got a whole contingent of NFL players and sports athletes, musicians. We had Carrie Underwood singing at the inauguration today. Oscar de la Renta, the designer of Milan. You were dead to society. And now we're just proclaiming Trump name from the rooftops. I mean, you have like Conor McGregor showing up to events, touting Trump, praising Trump. It's just
hanging out with Ben Shapiro.
Hanging out and
some of the more protest footage, some of the riot footage, if we'll call it that. Let's have a look at what's going on around the city. This was in 2017, I should say. Just a reminder for people at home of what was going on back in 2017 compared to that sad, pathetic protest today. Set on fire. It was absolute chaos. And again, I think people were calling people.
Because he covered them. It's just a wildly different contrast to today, where everyone's reporting on what they will, but I haven't seen. I think I saw maybe like one very frail-looking Antifa member at the People's March a couple.
Put it very well when he said Trump is normal, and for some people that would be like, okay, that's sort of patronizing. But that is the left's. Okay, no big deal. He's normal now.
Exactly. It's so interesting because if you think about even 4 years ago, it still was not acceptable to open.
And it did not work with voters, but Democrat politicians still tried it. And one of the most infuriating moments today face, that's a nice moment. It's like, oh, Joe, you're being a good sport about this. You're saying welcome home. But when you really think about it, Joe Biden told the entire country
Yep.
Yep.
I think, I was with a coworker when we were watching that happen, and she was furious. Husband with contempt. They painted them as fascists. They said they wanted them in jail. Melania turned up her nose at them, and I thought,
And the fact that now he's saying, oh, shucks, well, you got us this time. We lost. Come on in, Hitler.
Literally.
It shows that they knew all along this was a lie. Cassia Kiva right now is standing by at Cap. And I believe a guy, what's his name? Elon.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. He was there. Kash Patel. It has been wild, and last night was wild as well. At the let's get to some of that red carpet footage so that you can show everyone the
some of these bad actors in the Biden administration that might hang on.
She's brilliant, and she's going to clean house at DHS. First
Homan, the Duke of Deportations.
And Cabot's nickname. News or when he interviewed with us, just like shooting straight, always going to give you the same answers. I tried to get him to tell us about some of these executive orders, and he just kind of looked.
As a guy who loves the UFC, who has a painting of Conor McGregor in his home, which his wife has asked him to get rid of many times because it's
again, but also because Notre Dame is going to win the championship tonight. Of course, I had to ask Conor McGregor about this. It's a really good clip. Take a look.
Oh, amazing to be here. I'm very excited. Response is night and day, which is a testament to how we've done as a president. In his life. I feel the people are backing him, and I'm excited to see him go do it. I hope he does it. Dame all day. Go Irish.
where there have already been a number of big name speakers, but still to come, the man himself, the 45th and now 47th President Donald Trump. We'll get you there this Mary Margaret Olohan. Let's just give it up. Let's all clap. I'm
you,
clapping. I'm
Kevin.
sure
Thank
I'm
you,
clapping. I'm
Kevin.
sure all of you at home are clapping. Mayor Margaret, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. So excited. This is a huge opportunity for me. I think it's a huge opportunity for Daily Wire, and it's just really important. We want to be in the briefing room. We want to our Daily Wire team and all of our Daily Wire hosts to figure out what we want to be hearing, what we want to be asking and learning from this administration. Seating arrangements and things like that. So we're very excited. We're hoping that they're going to so many times the Daily Wire how the Biden administration really targeted people that they disagreed with, whether it was just plain conservatives, whether it was Latin mass Catholics, whether it was pro-lifers, whether it was people because they inflicted a lot of harm on a lot of pro-lifers, a lot of conservatives.
Of White House reporter, and we see you already. One thing I did hear a lot from our audience today was saying, hey, we won. But we can't take our foot off the pedal. We gotta hold our leaders accountable.
Right now, we talked to people today. I talked to Matt Walsh about this last night on the red carpet. There are pro-lifers who are in jail right now who are put there by the Biden administration. There's a lot of I would like to hear more about because we've heard a lot about how he's getting the J6ers out. Awesome, but I think we want to hear more about that as well. So just following up on these.
First story you broke, people can go read that on the Daily Wire right now. Absolutely. About there have to be consequences.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized. Or fair, equal, and impartial justice under the Constitution. Private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and
that was the part from the watch party that I was at.
By it. Obviously, there are only two genders, but the way that this is reached, even the most secular people, she would support taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for illegal immigrants. And all he had to do was to play her own. One was so radicalized by this gender ideology. They pushed too far. It went too hard. And Americans came out and said, no, we're done. We don't. The gender ideology and to return our country to normalcy.
That.
It'd be a line in a funny movie, like a nonsense line.
Yes, but now you actually have to say that.
Right.
You have to come out and say, okay, we're going to go back. Issue that is actually going to fire me up and get me out to vote. And the Women's March, they've renamed it.
You're not inclusive enough, Kevin. We had a lot of fun though. I love going to the Women's March, Social People's March, because all you have to do.
Especially the Lincoln Riley bill is an immigrant bash bill that has to wherever we are in our community, we have to build defense guard against ICE raids and deportations.
Do you know who Laken Riley is?
Yeah, I think that might have been the case. Yeah.
Okay.
Everywhere in the world and in any community.
And shouldn't matter who you are.
Yes, exactly.
Of course, we know Laken any empathy to her death is very indicative of how this whole movement
How do you feel about Trump being inaugurated this weekend?
Jesus gave us all brains and hearts so that we can care for each other. Woman and a person in this.
Edge. Oh my gosh, that's scary.
Just want that.
Can we ask you about your flag? Ask Trump, and what are you worried about for this next administration?
I and yeah, so I'm just scared in general. For us.
It's a quote from Hillary Clinton. Years ago, she went to China. And they allowed her to speak publicly, and that's what she ended.
This next administration.
For me, I think it's everything all at once. Kind of.
In time. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I'm here for my daughter.
Into it.
What made you come with your daughter today?
Because my daughter. Becomes pregnant as the result, she should be allowed to terminate that. It shouldn't be her.
As opposed to the massive sprawling march there was in 2017, which weirdly enough, I went to. Thought it was, and I was very disappointed.
Very disappointed. Akiva is inside of the arena. Let's head that way to get a feel for what is
will come here onto the stage, and he's expected to announce more.
Insane, fun party in there. We got to see Billy Ray. These next few days.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump is never at a lack for words. He can go.
Deathly serious about the stakes here. Now that he has won, he's thinking about his legacy, but more of orders, we're going to get to see him sign a number of campaign.
Talking to Tom Homan, he's getting ready for deportations. Across our border, and so I'm really interested to see promise to keep men out of women's spaces, women's bathrooms, women's lobbies. Following that closely as well.
Yeah, and that's something that the president unifier. Those are two things that he stressed this afternoon at his inauguration.
Objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop. World has ever seen. We will measure our success not only of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peace. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful. Most respected.
This year, I think we want to play a clip from Biden in 2021. When he gave his inaugural speech, because he also talked about
Listen to one another again. Hear one another again. Hear one another. See one another. Doesn't have to be a cause for total war today. Rural versus urban, or rural versus urban.
Speech from Kamala. Yeah, obviously none of that stuff ended up happening. The whole unity thing had media badge. They were all reporters. It was
to my favorite place in the world, Old Town Alexandria, because
the country is actually like. And DC, I believe, is around 90% registered Democrat. So now they're getting to realize that they're Democrat. So now they're getting to Biden
over and over and over.
What he pardoned him, right?
Oh my gosh,
he did. In them, is that a normal thing to do, where you pardon people that?
Current president. It's just a unique situation.
So Joe. laws and justice in terms of the pardons. You're not going to of laws and justice in terms of the pardons. You're not going to see in my administration that kind of approach to pardons. That's a quote from Joe Biden talking about Donald Trump when there were reports that Trump was going to pardon his family members, which he did not do. That is Joe Biden saying, well, we won't do that in my administration. Right. That's preferential. That's unfair.
One of the most unbelievable things about this is that there's been no attempt to really explain this. Yep. You know, you would think that there would be an explanation to sort it out, but no, it's just the fact that he said he would not, and now he did, and they don't really feel the need to explain it.
Yeah. So again, Joe Biden coming out and pardoning not just his family members, but also a number of other members of his administration, including Dr. Anthony Fauci. He is given a preemptive pardon to for any crimes that may or may not have been committed for the past decade.
Unbelievable.
Something to keep an eye on there. Also pardoning members of the January 6th committee in the House. They've all gotten preemptive pardons as well. So there you go, guys. Any crimes you may have committed, Fauci, crimes that you may have committed. I don't want to get myself in trouble here.
I know, and I
You're
could see Donald Trump and his administration keeping an eye on these pardons and maybe starting a checklist with the people who were just pardoned to check and look into them and see whether they might have done something that merited a pardon.
Yes. So much more to come on that front. We'll see how Donald Trump responds. But right now, Donald Trump preparing to conduct his review of the troops. This is a tradition that happens on every inauguration day where the president appears before the military troops there. Beautiful scene happening right now here in D.C. And folks, he will soon be heading to the Capital One Arena for his big address. So don't go anywhere. We've got a whole lot more coming. But let's take a look now at some more of what we heard from Trump earlier today during his second inauguration address, this time as the 47th president. We don't have that ready yet, but neither here nor there. This is live TV, folks. This is what we bring you when it gets to live TV. Sometimes things that you expect to be ready aren't ready, and that's okay. Because it's live.
That's been the theme of this weekend, actually.
Yeah, rolling with the punches.
Everybody's been on their toes with the way the inauguration was rescheduled. I mean, a couple days ago, we thought we were all going to be down there on the lawn all day on the National Mall. And now people are all over the city. There was even talk of Trump swearing in the White House instead of the Capitol Rotunda. Yeah. So it's just everything's been a little chaotic due to the weather, which I had some MAGA Americans down on the mall today tell me that they don't believe it was actually about the weather. They think there was something else going on. Who knows? But that's the state of affairs.
Yeah, thankfully, everything has been very safe so far. We have not had any issues on that front. So now we've got the clip ready. And I love this clip because it's President Trump talking about the idea of expanding our horizons as a nation. Let's have a listen.
And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
I love it. Now, part of this mission to expand America is not just, going out into the stars, going out to Mars, which I'm sure a lot of people are very excited by. It's also going to the star known as Greenland. Mary Margaret, how do you feel about our new Arctic brethren that might be joining the Union?
It's very interesting. I mean, Don Jr. was up there visiting it with Charlie Kirk and some other of our MAGA stars. And they scoped out the territory. They talked to a lot of Greenlanders, and they're excited. I can't tell how serious all this is.
It seems quite serious.
Yeah.
We've seen President Trump talk about how this is not just something that would be fun. This is something that would provide strategic advantages to the United States from a military standpoint. It's up there in the Arctic Circle, so it's, you can fly right over top of the globe to Russia. So there's also economic advantages to having all those rare earth minerals. And it's not the first time this has been done before. We talked about this on Morning Wire. Back after World War II, Harry Truman tried to purchase Greenland for $100 million from Denmark. They turned him down. Andrew Johnson also had the same idea back in the 1870s. And that is your history lesson here at the Daily Wire. So Donald Trump going for that. But let's get now to Elon Musk, who might be the one that actually takes us to Mars, as Donald Trump was alluding to. Let's see what he had to say earlier today at Capital One.
is what victory feels like. Yeah. And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities, secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up. For the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Imagine telling yourself, even 5 years ago, that Elon Musk would be speaking at Trump's inauguration celebration.
No one would have imagined it, but it's all part of the Trump is normal now, and I think Elon Musk, with his exuberance and all of his ideas, is really helped with that. He was a huge part of this campaign, both financially and just with his massive platform and directing attention towards Trump and the campaign. But I think next we want to look at a clip from Kash Patel, the potential director of the FBI.
I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap, because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them.
What a fantastic line there. I'm standing here because of merit, his qualifications. Wonderful stuff there. Thank you guys so much again for sticking with us all day long here as the festivities continue on. We're still waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage, but in just a few moments, he will be appearing for the review of troops in the Capitol. Let's get to there right now so we can see as Trump prepares to walk out.
Present.
Commanders, take charge of your units. Return. Hold. Stay. March. Ready. Down. Right.
All right, Donald Trump departing the Capitol and now driving right behind us. Here he comes down the road behind us in his motorcade. He will be making his way to the Capital One Arena. Again, instead of a parade, they're having an indoor parade. All of the festivities moving to the arena. And I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least a
Oh
dozen
my
motorcycles. We see the Beast there, Mary Margaret.
This is so exciting.
This is a cool moment right
They're
here.
coming in right behind us. I don't know if you guys can see them yet, taking up the entire roadway all the way down Capitol Hill.
Do we wave? I think it might be
We
time for us to
wave.
wave.
We wave.
I think I'm going to start waving. Hello, President Trump. Hello.
Oh my gosh.
47. There he goes.
There he goes.
He waved back at me. He didn't really wave back at me, but I'm going to imagine that he did.
So they're heading right down the hill past the U.S. Capitol, all the way down the National Mall, and then Capital One Arena is in Chinatown, so they'll be heading right across
No, it's not
the city.
Chinatown. Trump is in office now. It is
Oh.
Chinatown. I'm sorry. I'm better than that.
It's
I should
all
not
right.
have done that.
Cabot is the king of dad jokes, but we still appreciate it. We
I'm
like
just
them. We like
very
them.
excited. Very cool moment here. The Daily Wire, dare I say, has the best studio setup in the entire city right
Pretty
now.
sweet.
You can't beat this. I did see some people on the stream asking if this was a green screen behind us. You are right. This is a green screen. We are not really in DC. We're actually back in Nashville. We're pretending to be cold right now. No, that really is the Capitol right there. Donald Trump driving by, getting ready to head to Capital One Arena again. You will hear from him momentarily. Don't go anywhere. And he just finished up the review of troops. I think it's such a poignant moment to see the very clear love and admiration he has for the troops. And you get an idea of that by how he has spent his time this week. Of course, he's gone to some parties. He's celebrated as he should. He deserves it. But when he got to DC yesterday morning, one of the first things he did was go to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. Let's have a look at that video. Such a powerful moment there. Fun fact, Mary Margaret, when I first moved to DC, I actually lived in a townhouse that bordered Arlington National Cemetery.
No way.
The backyard was right up against it. And I could hear taps being played at night when it was a clear night. And we had our windows open. I could hear taps being played at the Tomb of the Unknown. And then in the morning, they would play Revelry on the base there, the Marine base. And so I could hear the trumpets.
It's a really beautiful place.
Beautiful place.
Really
if,
beautiful.
if you get a chance to come to DC, you got to go there. And also, on that topic of Trump and his respect for our troops, at his victory rally last night, the front few rows were reserved. And when I got to the arena, I was there before the general admission came in, and I saw all these reserved seats, and I thought, who are these for? Okay, it's got to be for senators.
Yep.
It's got to be for foreign
You would think.
dignitaries, maybe some Hollywood celebrities. No, I got closer, and every single placard said Medal of Honor recipient so-and-so, Gold Star family member so-and-so. That is who was in the front three rows at his rally last night.
That's amazing. Yeah, Trump has such a respect for our military members and for their families and the deceased military members who we've lost in serving our country. I always notice the way he conducts himself at ceremonies like the one he was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Just dignity, seriousness, really helping us understand the gravity of the situation. I think of this story that Sarah Huckabee Sanders told once about her and Trump going on Christmas Eve to see the troops in, I want to say, Afghanistan, talking about how special that was to the troops and how seriously Trump took that visit himself. That's what I always think of when I think of Trump and his attitude towards the military. And I think of his desire to rid the military of the woke ideology that has taken place throughout the Biden administration. Unbelievable, the things that we have seen. And of course, we will see, I'm pretty sure, a lot of fireworks when Pete Hegseth potentially becomes head of the Department of Defense, because he has been very outspoken about wanting to root out all of this. But one development that we wanted to share, we heard just today that the Pentagon removed a portrait of General Milley, the former chairman of Joint Chief of Staff, from a corridor in the building, and that it was a Trump move to kind of bye-bye to General Milley and the woke Department of Defense as he's preparing to bring in Pete Hegseth.
And he was one of the individuals who received a pardon from Joe Biden today. along with Anthony Fauci, members of the J6 committee. Let's read that tweet from President Biden today. This last minute, you call it a midnight accord, whatever you want, this last minute pardon from Joe Biden, quite literally last minute, within an hour of leaving office. He said, "Our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy. Yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. In certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecutions, including General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the members and staff of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified, and politically motivated prosecutions." So it's kind of ironic hearing President Biden say they do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified, politically motivated prosecutions. If Joe Biden was still had the mental faculties to understand what irony was, I think he might be able to understand that there is a dark irony in that sentence saying no one deserves to have politically motivated prosecutions against them.
It's unbelievable. I mean, after the last 4 years, I mean, just the Mar-a-Lago raid alone should prevent any type of rhetoric like that from taking place. But I don't think that's the only hypocrisy that we'll see, or we have seen recently when it comes to Democrats and do as I say, not as I do. We saw last week, I believe, in the Pete Hegseth hearings on Capitol Hill, all these Democrats attacking Pete for his past affairs with women, which he's talked about, and so he regrets, and he's a Christian man now, and he's moving forward with that lifestyle with his wife. Let's have a view of that clip because it's pretty interesting.
I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know
that
that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel
on it?
who I work with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving.
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on.
Incredible stuff there.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth had to put up with a lot during that hearing.
I also like how the left consistently paints Pete Hegseth as nothing more than a Fox News host.
Yes.
They say Fox News host, unqualified, failing to mention that he served 20 plus years in the military, was a decorated service member in Iraq and Afghanistan after volunteering for the military in 2001, was awarded 2 Bronze Stars, graduated from Princeton,
Man.
went on to run a large veterans nonprofit advocating for service members. But he's just a Fox News host. That's all he
Got his
is.
resume down. I'm impressed.
I think that he is a man among men in many ways, and I think that he's going to do a fantastic job. I have a number of family members who are in the service, and they are fired up by the idea. And one of the things they say, they love the way that he talks about what the military should be. They say, I like the idea of a guy who's kicked down doors actually being the one running this. And they say, 4-star generals, a lot of them, they're essentially politicians. Not all of them, but a lot of them are politicians and lifelong bureaucrats. And they say, I like the idea of a guy who knows what I've been through. That's the message I'm hearing. And I think a lot of Americans resonate with that as well.
I think so. One of the lines that I thought was particularly interesting from that hearing was he talked about how if a service member messed up, he would be in trouble. And if a general messes up, he should also be in trouble. He should not be awarded for that. And that's something that he's really talked a lot about. Even before Trump nominated him, he wrote a whole book on the problems with the military, which I found really interesting as a culture reporter, where he got into the problem with trans-identifying troops in the military. If you undergo invasive surgeries, no matter what they are related to transgender transition attempts, you're going to not be deployable for a long time. He wrote about that in his book. And I'm very interested to see how he and Trump handled this matter of trans-identifying troops in the military, because that's something that has become a very big issue, is many people who identify as transgender enlisting in our military to get taxpayer-funded surgeries.
I think a lot of Americans are interested in that issue and also excited by the prospect of a guy like Pete Hegseth taking over the 3 million employees in the DoD. And the entire cabinet is beyond that. As excited as folks get about just one pick like Pete Hegseth, there is an entire new cabinet coming in. And one of the things that I heard from dozens of folks this weekend who I interviewed who are here for the festivities, they kept saying, get Trump the cabinet he deserves.
Yes.
And that is a big point that's important to remember. Now that Trump is here, now that we have the Senate and the House, it's not the time to get complacent. It's the time to get those confirmations through, give Trump what he deserves, and help him fulfill the mandate that he's gotten from the people. And speaking of the military, right now we have a number of service members now filing in to the Capital One Arena, where the festivities are still going on. The party continues here with the Daily Wire. We will get you there as soon as Donald Trump takes the stage. We already know he's on his way because he just drove right by us. And let us also remind everyone that you can get in on the celebration this weekend by joining the Daily Wire. Become a Daily Wire member. You'll get 47% off in honor of the 47th President, Donald J. Trump. All you got to do, go to dailywire.com/subscribe, use the code 47, and you can become a Daily Wire member. Mary Margaret, this is a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun.
This is so great. Like, I think everyone needs to experience an inauguration at least once in their life, especially when it's the inauguration of someone that you're excited to see in office. Maybe don't come if it's, in the future, it's someone you don't like.
Frigid temperatures, we're sitting up here and actually we're feeling pretty good, but down on the ground it was really, really cold.
Yeah,
and that's what's caused no one to be out on the mall today. So I would like to give a shout out to Kevin and I for heroically sitting here in the frigid temperatures to bring you guys this coverage.
I would like to give a shout out to me. That's what Mary Margaret is saying. I love it. I'm with you on that. I'll just go ahead and say it. The favorite person that I talked to today was a fellow named Bart from Alaska.
Wow.
He came all the way from Alaska. He said he's been to the last few Republican inaugurations. And I also had a wonderful conversation with a young lady named Carly, who was up in New York City recently. I asked her, I said, why do you want to come? She said, I've never been to an inauguration. I said, what's different this time? She said she was in New York City. She was wearing a MAGA hat. She was in a restaurant, and a deranged woman came up and harassed her for her entire meal, was screaming at her, calling her names that I'm not going to repeat on air. Gave her the neck sign saying you should go, telling her to kill herself. And a number of staff members of the restaurant apparently had to intervene and physically remove this woman from the restaurant. And she said that moment radicalized her this year, where she said, you know what? People are telling me to kill myself for supporting Donald Trump. I'm going to become an even bigger Trump supporter.
Good for her.
And she said that did not deter her. And conversations like that were so encouraging today.
Yeah, no, I had a couple like that as well. I mean, nothing that extreme, but I talked to so many different couples who came here together, husbands and wives, to be here to support Donald Trump from very far away. I talked to people from Oregon, from Florida, from Texas, all over the country. And like we were saying earlier, undeterred by the fact that they weren't going to be able to be outside. One woman I talked to said it was her birthday. And she said that's the big reason that everyone's here celebrating today, but also because of Donald Trump's inauguration.
Yeah. And the other cool part of being here is getting to hear not just from Donald Trump, who will take the stage here any minute now, but also from just a who's who of MAGA leaders. And one of the gentlemen we heard earlier from is a man who played a huge part in Donald Trump's victory. That is Charlie Kirk, president and founder of Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action. Let's hear what he had to say on stage at the Capital One Arena.
It is hard to believe, almost surreal. For those of you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refuse to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. As we are here right now, President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today, some of which include drill baby drill, curb inflation, national emergency on the southern border, and my favorite, that God created man and woman. There are no other genders besides that.
I was just transfixed by the live feed we have of the Capital One Arena because there is a Trump staffer preparing a desk. The desk is full of pens, and next to the pens is a big stack of leather folders full of executive orders that Donald Trump is about to sign.
It's about to happen.
I'm excited. You're excited. The people at home are excited. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at the Daily Wire. DW in DC. We're not going to keep you any longer. Let's get to the Capital One Arena where Donald Trump any moment now will be taking the stage. The party rages on. He's going to sign some executive orders. He's going to get the crowd pumped. The party is just getting started. We got 4 more years of celebrating the 47th President, Donald Trump. Thanks for being with us here at the Daily Wire.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
God bless America. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be going through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion. On behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee, the ceremony is about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road. Please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparatori. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. Society pipes and drums from New York City. And performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades. And His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for it, folks. And look at this, here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. While they cheer here in the arena, let's cheer for him again, folks, from our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, entering your arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters, pipes and drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. as the Florida Firefighters pipes and drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewarts Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Kuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewarts Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. stage, ladies and gentlemen. Now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration. If you were counting, close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Itta, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East, whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries. My focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
And now I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful, but it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. They love our First Lady. And also JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Stan. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest. It's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one or that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money. than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, it stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. We may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind, big ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration. And we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents. You know, we had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and it's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our first lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? you know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any, look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's such a shame. But we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. You have that other one to sign? You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the open. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
There's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can